The major headlines of the topics that should be dealt with in this session, starting from Mr. Mazur, the minister, who has not been able to attend but is still sending a message, a video message to this meeting.
Human rights in their comprehensive.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to be invited to this plenary session of the PAM Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf Economic Forum, held under the theme Overcoming Bottlenecks and the Digital Divide. How can logistics, AI, trade, and investment facilitation measures contribute? On this occasion, let me commend the effort of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and its tremendous effort striving to forge political, economic, and social cooperation among its member states in order to find common solutions to the challenges facing the Euro-Mediterranean regions and the Gulf region, and to create a space for peace and prosperity for our people. The path toward Arab and Euro-Mediterranean integration is challenging for all countries involved, but the political long-term benefits are substantial. At first glance, we are thrilled to notice that the trading volume flow within the Euro-Mediterranean and Arab region has increased threefold to reach $180 million in 2021. However, it is also important to highlight the skewness of trade flows within this area. Indeed, the GCC countries represent only 1.4% of Euromed countries' export, while they account for almost half of Euromed countries' imports. Milling over the issue of overcoming bottlenecks and digital divide has never been more challenging as it has been nowadays. One obvious reason for the strain on international supply chains since 2020 is the corona pandemic. Moreover, the challenges arising from latest geopolitical risks, rising energy prices, inflation, and concerns over food and energy security have further exacerbated this supply chain constraint. While some of the supply and demand imbalances may dissipate as global demand patterns normalize and logistical bottlenecks fade away, structural factors such as globalized versus regionalized trading and shipping networks, changing consumption patterns, the rise of e-commerce, growing sustainability imperative, and rapid digitalization are currently shaping the longer-term outlook. Furthermore, investment in digital infrastructure has proved crucial to enable improved information sharing and effective resource planning. Automation and smart technologies can solve many of the challenges. Technologies such as AI that enable end-to-end visibility, collaboration, responsiveness, agility, and optimization of operations can be leveraged to build resilience. For that instance, as industrial sovereignty is gaining ground in many different countries because of disruptive supply chains due to the pandemic, Morocco has made great strides to strengthen the resilience of its industrial ecosystems, notably by embracing innovation and R&D. As a matter of fact, Morocco will launch governmental programs to support innovative industrial projects or high value-added industrial services for SMEs that strives for developing made in Morocco products and services. Also, given the importance granted to R&D and innovation by the Moroccan New Development Model, our country has set up a marketplace for patents platform that seeks, among other things, match-up of companies looking for technical solutions with R&D organizations such as universities and research centers. Along the same lines, as a way to foster innovation and technological entrepreneurship, Morocco is currently working out to set up a digital park to lure foreign tech companies. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Thus, considering the shifting paradigm of supply chain currently occurring, companies that have traditionally selected suppliers based on the lowest cost may need to rethink their strategy by prioritizing resilience over cost for the foreseeable future. It is up to us to seek synergies between our country's economy and to seize on the existing bilateral legal framework, such as to not only bolster our commercial relationships, but also to set the tone for favorable conditions catering to the flourishment of trade, partnership, and investment. Additionally, the implementation of trade facilitation measures should contribute to alleviate supply chain bottlenecks by, among others, increasing access to information through transparency and digitalizing clearance processes of border agencies. Indeed, going forward, SMEs preparing to thrive beyond the pandemic should be taking steps to bolster the supply chains, namely through local or regional sourcing. They need to carefully rethink the trade-offs between just-in-time and just-in-case supply chain business models. Also, efforts to implement digital tools to advance environmental sustainability, economic efficiencies, and resilience in developing regions should be supported. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, against the backdrop of a challenging global economic trade policy and geopolitical landscape, the COVID-19 disruption has highlighted and amplified the vulnerability of global supply chains, including the transportation network that support them. Building back better requires policies and initiatives that integrate risks, environmental sustainability, and technology as prerequisites for a sustainable and resilient post-pandemic world. I'm confident that we can all contribute to set the appropriate conditions for a new dawn of economic expansion to take place in this region, with the financial mobilization capacity and investment potential of the GCC countries, combined with the innovation and production capacity of the countries of the Euro-Mediterranean zone. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, with these introductory remarks, I wish everyone a happy and fulfilling debate, and I thank you for your attention.
I wish to give the floor to Mr. Nabil Khadr, Secretary General, Ministry of the Economy and Finance. Sir, the floor is yours.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف المرسلين. Monsieur le Président,
President of the Chamber of Councillors of Morocco, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of institutions and national and international organizations, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the private sector and the civil society, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to be with you here at the first economic session of organized by the Assembly of by PAM in Marrakesh and by the historic victory of the Moroccan team.
ce forum qui s'inscrit
This is part of the institutionalization of the panel of commerce on investments of it is the proper opportunity to meet with the decision makers of the private sector and of the private sector of the Euromed and Gulf regions in order to conduct a constructive dialogue and to liberate the collective intelligence as it is faced with international challenges. The first idea is to make the Euromed and Gulf regions more interesting, and it is very important indeed in the context of the regional and global context. there has been accession of crisis for a number of years, and in particular, the COVID pandemic, and then more recently, the Ukraine crisis. And this has revealed several vulnerabilities of the global institution. It is due to the increasing complexification of the world situation and the challenges of security and the weakness of results that have been obtained with regard to climate change. Also, the multiplication of centers of instability in the world and a return to protectionism. First lesson from this crisis is the unilateral reaction and the necessity, the need of a coordinated regional approach in order to assure our citizens and companies in a difficult period. In this context, economic closeness of Mediterranean countries and Gulf countries is needed as our challenges are in common. It is about food security, migrations, climate change, economic and commercial integration at regional level, resilience of tourism, and also transformation of the economic and industrial development model. The Kingdom of Morocco, through its constitution of 2011, has anticipated the regional perspective that is necessary for development by institutionalizing the anchorage of the kingdom. Our public policy has become very careful with the dimension of regional routing and the impact of the policy on its citizens. An integrated project like the Tangier Med port is a concrete example of a positive regional integration. It is a pillar of the development of the kingdom in the Euro-Med and Gulf context, as it is proven by a project of co-localization. The obstacles to commerce are frequent, and therefore Morocco has adopted a proactive policy aimed at finding opportunities to accelerate reforms and structural policies that can conduce to favorable consequences for the citizens. The government has adopted reforms and new instruments in order to maintain the commercial creativity of the kingdom. And I just mentioned the Mohammed VI Fund for Strategic Investments, the adoption of a new regulatory framework for competition, the operationalization of national instances against corruption, and also setting up of a new investment charter. All these reforms have been achieved in the context of making Morocco into a believable partner in its regional environment and internationally. We believe that regional integration is fundamental for our prosperity. I would like to draw your attention on the fundamental role of the private sector. Without the private sector, all the legislative measures and all initiatives that can be taken would not have any significant impact. To encourage international trade, it is easier to decide measures that would generalize the rules of origin. But then we have to find niches who offer the opportunities of complementarity. To seize those opportunities, we need a strong and resilient private sector. I think these are the central element for economic development. Therefore, Morocco has made a commitment and has succeeded in improving the business climate over the last 20 years. Morocco has started new reforms to encourage investments. It has modernized the financial sector and the tax system, which are needed to inspire confidence and succeed financial integration. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm convinced that this session will enrich the public debate concerning these issues that are so very interesting. I also am convinced that this debate and the quality of the speakers will provide important conclusions that will be so important for our region. I would wish you a successful meeting, and I would like to welcome all the panelists and PAM. Thank you so very much.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and friends, first and foremost, I wish to sincerely thank His Excellency Honorable Riyad Mazur, Minister of Industry and Trade, and Mr. Nabil Khadr, Secretary General of the Ministry of Economy and Finance, for their keynote addresses. Allow me also to thank the President of the House of Concierges, His Excellency Honorable Inam Mayara, for the perfect organization of this event, PAM President Emeritus Honorable Gennaro Migliore for conceiving the original idea of this forum, and PAM President Honorable Pedro Roque for bringing the forum to light. I wish to thank from all my heart Mr. Ahmed Akhshishin. Thank you very much, sir, Second Deputy Speaker of the House of Concierges of the Kingdom of Morocco, for his introduction to this session. Now I would like to welcome our keynote speakers and stress that we gathered in this session to discuss strategies to overcome the most pressing economic and environmental challenges of our region, and to support the creation of a more financially and commercially integrated Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf economic zone. The COVID pandemic has left a heavy toll on the global economy, especially on developing countries, and our regions are not excluded. Since 2019, the number of people living in extreme poverty has risen by 77 million. Moreover, in Africa, 58 million people living just above the poverty line are at risk of sliding into poverty. High-level inflation shows no sign of diminishing, while its effects are being clearly felt by the poorest, who are also currently facing one of the worst food crisis of the past 10 years at least. Governments and central banks have implemented policies that, while aimed at curbing inflation, can worsen the looming global recession, whose effects will be harder once again on the most fragile sectors of our economies. In addition, the world economy has been further shaken by the Russian-Ukrainian war. Dear colleagues, standing still and waiting for the storm to pass is no option. It is imperative that we encourage the establishment of a more resilient and integrated economic zone. We must insist on harmonized legislative frameworks that incentivize the private sector in investing in cross-country projects, on reducing bureaucracy, increasing access to finance for SMEs, and of course, abolishing corruption. All this will be instrumental in achieving our goal. PAM has always promoted the involvement of the private sector in designing concrete legislative proposals for building a greener, more resilient and integrated economic area for our region. This forum is yet another example of our Assembly's commitment to doing so. In this context, it is my pleasure to recall that PAM recently signed a memorandum of understanding with the Italian Intesa Sao Paulo group, which represents another milestone in building such an integrated community in this area. PAM will continue to promote access to funding for higher education, cultural exchanges that increase the regional human capital, integration in the finance sector, and sustainable strategies to accelerate our green transition. The ongoing energy crisis shed light on the importance of ensuring energy security while giving enough space for the renewable energy transition. However, energy security can only be achieved by adopting a regional perspective. To this end, PAM proposed the establishment of a Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf energy community to foster regional integration in the energy sector by gathering parliamentarians, government officials, business representatives, the civil society, and the academia. However, we are aware that energy transition plans require a significant amount of fundings. For this reason, on several occasions, PAM has strongly reiterated the absolute need to enhance the development of climate finance, green bonds, and innovative tools to promote the energy transition and climatic adaptation, and most of all, to strengthen the financing capabilities of developing countries. Ongoing supply chain bottlenecks and value chain disruptions around the world have shown us the fragility of the current trade networks. To this end, PAM strongly advocates, through parliamentary diplomacy, the need to resume political discussions at the parliamentary level for the establishment of a Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf free trade and economic zone. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I have introduced the context enough to you for this session, and now allow me to give the floor to our first speaker, who is joining us today from Uruguay. And I give the speech to His Excellency Mr. Robinson Very Peretz, Vice Minister for Industry and Energy of Uruguay. Sir, the floor is yours, and it would be very kind of you to share with us the experience of Uruguay concerning the meeting that was just held in Uruguay on reducing and diminishing the use of plastics. The floor is yours, sir. Thank you.
Muy buenas tardes para todos. Lo primero que debo decirles es felicitaciones.
First of all, I would like to congratulate Morocco for the organization of this forum, and also congratulations for having won the game and having arrived at the quarterfinals. I would like to thank the Chamber of Councillors of Morocco, and in particular its president, for having invited us for this forum. And it's the only foreign country that participates in this forum. We are very grateful to the Moroccan government to have invited us. I would like also to greet the President, the King of Morocco, His Majesty Mohammed VI, and to transmit the greetings of the Uruguayan people.
De 300 millones de habitantes. Nuestro país es pequeño, apenas somos 3.5 millones de habitantes, somos un país agrícola ganadero, no tenemos grandes eventos climatológicos ni geográficos, no tenemos montañas, no tenemos volcanes, no tenemos ciclones, somos un país de clima cálido, templado, y producimos básicamente alimentos. Los 176.000 kilómetros cuadrados que tiene nuestro país son todos para producir para criar a ganado, animales de varias razas, de varios tipos, para cosechar, plantar, cosechar granos fundamentalmente, alimentos y muchas cosas más, y también para forestación. Quiero hablarles de lo que creo que es importante que ustedes sepan cuál es la posición de nuestro país. Estamos convencidos que nuestro país tiene enormes posibilidades en el concierto mundial si el mundo es más abierto. Tenemos la vocación de abrirnos al mundo y necesitamos que los demás países y bloques actúen en consecuencia. Por eso es importante para nosotros esta oportunidad que nos dan de participar en este foro. Apertura que favorezca a ambas partes, a las dos regiones o las tres regiones, para progresar y llevar prosperidad a nuestros conciudadanos, que es en definitiva la razón de todo gobernante. Prosperidad que será más fácil de alcanzar en un mundo más abierto, menos proteccionista, un mundo...
Ce que nous voulons, c'est commercer avec vous dans des conditions
que básicamente son alimentos, que es carne, que es leche, que es grano, que es miel, pero que también tenemos...
Feed, meat, milk, and we also want a pharmacological development, more science, renewable energy, food independency, and also development and technology. We have a very good climate, a very good business climate in Uruguay. We are open to bilateral relations, and we want in the agro-industrial domain, we have positive progress in our country. In Uruguay, there are a number of institutions, and we are Republicans and respect the business law. We are a country of peace. We are linked to the Latin American region, and we have the highest human development level in the region. We have the high democracy level, and also an index of civilian and index. We are the first in security, and we have very solid institutions and a very highly developed macroeconomic environment. We have an environment that is favorable, and our electricity comes from renewable sources, and we continue our progress. We have long-term climate strategy in order to be able to meet the international requirements. We respect those conditions, and we are between the first world economy and we are leaders in digital innovation. We have high-speed internet with optic fiber. We are a hub for innovation within the regional network. We have a range of tax measures on investments, on ports, industrial parks, technology, and logistics. As to logistics, we have access to the Atlantic Ocean with port infrastructures that enable us to export what we are producing. We have no geographic accident. We have a network that makes it possible for products to transit on our territory. We also have an open system for investment. The world requires energy independence. Our scenario for 2040 will be $3,000 million. The world has recently become very uncertain. This has already been said in this meeting, mainly because of the pandemic and of the war in Europe. Unfortunately, this may continue, and the government is obliged to be careful with democracy, environment, and democracy. There is a universe of opportunities where we need to take in a position in a globalized world. We have to deploy efforts in order to know what we have to develop so that we can find concrete measures for investors and enterprises in this region and Uruguay. We have to continue on this path, and recently we have done a lot in order to integrate globally, to buy and sell our products, and that's how we can bring prosperity to our peoples. If you allow me to say so, I would like to show you a 3-minute video that gives you some images concerning Uruguay. Thank you very much.
Made in Uruguay innovates, surprises, and advances. We're the second largest producer of clean energy in the world, and we believe that the future of energy is in electric mobility and green hydrogen. That's why we developed H2U. By becoming a leader in renewable energies, we'll achieve carbon neutrality by 2050.
We were the first in the world to give every child in school their own laptop. We are third in the world in per capita software exportation. We are leaders in e-government in the region and have integrated the D9. We have the largest fiber optic and telephone coverage in the region. We are advancing in 5G and in sustainable production, as well as low-emission technologies, in order to develop the circular economy and Industry 4.0.
Our entrepreneurial system in information technology is more than 30 years old. Today, large companies such as Mercado Libre, Globant, BASF, or Nestle have chosen us to set up their factories. Volkswagen chose Uruguay to launch its electric car in Latin America, while the Uruguayan unicorn D-Local is breaking records on Wall Street. We develop and test the most popular video games on the planet. We produce orbiting satellites and sophisticated medical devices. We organized the first Robotics World Cup, and we made it to the podium.
We produce a great deal of scientific knowledge. We put our brains to work. For 30 years, Uruguay has been planting millions of trees to develop a sustainable forest industry in harmony with the environment and to protect our biodiversity. We complement this with our work in livestock production, capturing greenhouse gases. Meanwhile, our native forests are growing year after year because we're nature-friendly.
We have evolved Made in Nature to produce the best meat in the world. We were pioneers in deploying a traceability system that allows us to identify and follow each one of our 12 million cattle, which are the fruit of a unique genetic line with 400 years of history. We bring quality food to the world, such as meat, fish, soy, malt, rice, citrus, wheat, dairy, and multi-award-winning wines.
We are so disruptive that we are selling caviar to Russia, coffee to Colombia, olive oil to Spain, and genetically modified mice to Japan. We breed movie horses, produce high-end car leathers and wool, and textiles that end up on the cover of Vogue, being worn by Greta or in the windows of Chanel, Cole, or Stella McCartney.
Our creativity allows us to export design in fashion, architecture, graphics, and jewelry. Our talent and landscapes are reflected in series and films that we produce for Amazon, Netflix, Disney, HBO, and Sony. One of the Rolling Stones gave his daughters a Uruguayan lute guitar to learn. Made in Uruguay leaves you electric.
We have spirit and a way of thinking. We are determined. It's our time. It's Uruguay's time. A country with a human scale. Creative, hardworking, serious, relaxed, that breathes freedom at every turn and conquers the world with each quality product that we produce.
Unusual, free. Test Uruguay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Very Paris, for sharing your thoughts with us and the cooperation possibilities between Uruguay and our region. And it gives me a great pleasure now to introduce and ask Mr. Mohammed Abul Unain, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives of Egypt, PAM President Emeritus, to take the floor for his speech. Sir, the floor is yours.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Allow me first to derive inspiration from the poetry, from what the poet says. You cannot achieve your objectives just by having hopes. You have to strive for those objectives. This means that your hopes, your expectations are in a place, but resolve and the desire to achieve success is elsewhere. There is also a good example that we have to keep in mind. What happened in Egypt during the 30th June 2013, when Egypt decided to lead a new revolution to define new and modern Egypt. So the first decision was how to interact with global trade. And the decision meant that we had to take facilitation measures to ensure that there is good trade relations between the different components through the Suez Canal. There were about the first part of the Suez Canal was built in 120 years. The second part was built in 1 year. And the Egyptians, throughout their history, have lived on both banks of the Nile. And it represents only 6% of the surface area of Egypt. And the decision was how to expand, how to have a greater area, maybe double what we have, and the rest was just Saharan territory. And there was a resolve to come up and build a new civilization, that of modern Egypt. And this was, of course, a huge project. There are, of course, reference documents on all of this. And everyone, if you look at that, you would probably wonder how was this achieved in such a short period of time. And this is what President Sisi said, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, when he said that what we did in 6 years cannot be achieved in 20 years. And we want people to see how Egypt has changed so quickly in all sectors. Why am I saying this? Because real will is political will. And the achievements hinge on will. If we really want to work between the North and the South, we have to decide on an action plan. We have to tell people why we failed in the past, why the trade volume is low, and why the exports from the south to the north are inferior to the exports coming from Europe. Why is European investments, which should come to the southern bank of the Mediterranean, represents only 2%? Just 2%. That's all what we get from the north. This is extremely low. And these 2% is 70% energy and real estate. So there is no education, no technology, nothing. All of that goes elsewhere. This was one of the reasons why the results and outcomes are so limited. And of course, we cannot afford to do that anymore. The world today is changing, the maps are shifting, and there is a major challenge, economic challenge, which consists in asking how we can leverage this opportunity and make sure we rise to challenges. The problem we have now in the global economy has an impact on all peoples. Of course, the prices are skyrocketing. The small business people cannot address needs in terms of investment, interest rates, etc. They cannot deal with the problem of limited marketplaces. And this leads to another crisis. There is demand, but there is no offer. In most previous cases, it was the other way around. In the past, we had offer but no demand. Unfortunately, there is a demand but no supply, and the production capacity is limited because of the soaring energy prices. So the major challenge today is to how to have this trade and how to dream together on the basis of real political will so that we can develop this new partnership. So the roadmap to this strategic partnership is to take into account first the infrastructure. Infrastructure is extremely important. That is, the infrastructure, when we talk about this infrastructure, both upstream and downstream, we have to see what we can do and how we can promote investment, how we can facilitate the movement of capital and investments, flow of capital of investments, how to address imports, how to address issues relating to exports and to value chains. There are also challenges that concern the infrastructure. There are projects, when we think about them, and if they are implemented, they can bring added value, immense added value. All African countries hope and look forward to reaching the Mediterranean basin, that is, for their goods to reach the Mediterranean basin. And of course, there are thousands of kilometers that are concerned, and most of the time you have to cross all of those distances to be able to reach markets. The Nile, for example, which goes through about 13 countries, I think that we can see how we can introduce maritime activity in the Nile. That would make it possible for 13 countries, both landlocked and otherwise, to use that waterway. There is a major project also to build railroads and roads. It's known as Cairo Cape Town, and this is a major project, and as part of the Renaissance and revival we have achieved, we have monorails, we have also a lot of road networks that have been built. I think that these major or large-scale projects, whether it is the Cape Town project, Cape Town Cairo project, or the energy projects, I can give you examples that have succeeded, and the question is to know why and how. So when we look at Morocco, for example, today, Morocco is exporting energy to Spain, same thing with Tunisia and Egypt. And Egypt has brought together Greece and Cyprus, and through projects concerning liquefied gas. So all of these are success stories, are possibilities for future fruitful cooperation involving other countries. Therefore, there are plenty of investment opportunities, and I was very happy to look at the cooperation in the area of energy. You have the Eni company in Italy that has won a number of agreements and contracts, and has invested $13 billion in energy sector and energy projects. And I'm very happy that the natural gas is now a source of clean energy, and that, of course, opens up new prospects for investment and for the export of natural gas as well as other types of gas. The projects, infrastructure projects, are also important, and there are major projects that concern the infrastructure that can contribute to facilitate the trade. Of course, we need also infrastructure upstream and work on sectors such as artificial intelligence, on the movement of capital, capital markets. All of these have to be taken into account so that we can give the world a full-fledged systems that can implement and achieve its objectives through specific, precise action plans with daily monitoring. Today in Egypt, when we opened up the door to investment, we concluded hundreds of agreements concerning the energy, and we can invade all of Europe through that. So that is how we are marketing ourselves, and that is how we should be marketing Africa and African countries. We should come up with ideas, new innovative approaches, and these are very important. They have to be based and followed by specific programs that are developed by experts that take into account the resources and wherewithal needed. So the opportunities available in Africa today and in North Africa on the southern shore of the Mediterranean, the potential is huge. There's more than 500 items or products that can also be exported. We have, I said this morning, that the question of globalization is shrinking. Now we're talking about regional integration that is gaining momentum. So we have to take that into consideration, and we have to build on this opportunity to ensure our integration and to address this question of funding. So we should not leave it just to experts to deal with this question of funding. We have to have a specialized funding institution for these projects, and it should have priorities to work to succeed, and also to come up with facilitation measures and to address all of the productive sectors. I want to also say that the opportunities are there, and actually we most of the time are responsible for failures. So we have to draw lessons, because we had projects and we had in the past, but we did not implement them. And then I think that we could have avoided the energy crisis, the food crisis, and now the energy and food is a weapon that is being used, and there is a great suffering by the countries, especially in the southern hemisphere. I hope that this forum will continue, will grow, and that we should at least meet twice or 3 times a year, and also to serve as a beacon for the development of new plans of actions that can be sold, quote unquote, to different countries, different groupings, and also urge the members of parliament to inform their parliaments of the need to have the legislative frameworks needed for this, for the implementation of this policy. I don't want to take too much of your time, but I was very happy to listen to the very good ideas that were circulated this morning. And again, I will close with what I started. If you want to achieve your objectives, you have to do what it takes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I will now give the floor to Mr. Younes Benaki, Secretary General of the Economic, Social and Environmental Council, the Kingdom of Morocco. The floor is yours.
شكرا جزيلا السيد مسير الجلسة الأستاذ الفاضل كريم درويش، السيد رئيس مجلس المستشارين المحترم،
Mr. Chairman, Mr. President of the Euro-Mediterranean Parliaments, representatives of international institutions and organizations, ladies and gentlemen, at the beginning, I'd like to address with thanks the House of the Councillors and the Association of Parliaments of the Mediterranean for inviting us to take part in this very important meeting. I'd like to thank the organizers for the excellent preparation and organization and the choice of the themes, which are extremely important for us today. Ladies and gentlemen, we're meeting today to exchange views about mechanisms for cooperation between the Mediterranean and the Gulf states in order to face up to the challenges of the past as well as the present. First of all, economic coordination, complementarity, and security of the region. This forum is an excellent opportunity for discussing the most important economic and environmental challenges in our area, especially at a time when insecurity prevails, given the Russian-Ukrainian war and its impact on the global situation, with higher prices and of food and energy goods. Morocco is also affected in the same way as the other countries. And in this situation described, where the challenges go beyond individual states or countries or regions, it is important to underline the necessity for cooperation between regional countries, and this cooperation is absolutely necessary for building up economies that are capable of taking the challenge and helping the crises out. Given the differences between the countries north and south of the Mediterranean and energy exporting countries, this area also is made up of countries exporting food and others that are in dire need of it, as well as energy exporting countries which are net importers of food commodities. These elements should be encouraging elements for more complementarity between the two countries, energy-wise and economy-wise, especially in energy and food goods. Morocco has good cooperation countries with the two regions from a long time ago, with responsibility and a sense of seriousness pushed up by its efforts to diversify its relations with countries from the regions. Morocco has always been an area for investment by Gulf countries as well as from the northern Mediterranean, encouraging further regional complementarity and based on interest for all and setting better South-South cooperation. Morocco is part of the southern Mediterranean countries who are ready to work with Gulf states to further reinforce this coordination through strategic partnerships in various fields. And Gulf countries are capable of this given their full impact in their capacity to invest, with their huge capacity for investment in the Mediterranean area and especially Morocco. These investments can achieve interesting achievements, especially in agriculture, where the capacities are limited for Gulf states, and energy also, which the Gulf states are exporting and will help improve our situation in the answering the needs of energy in our countries where energy is not prevalent. Partnership in these fields will allow Morocco and the Gulf states to bypass competition and will help importation in imports and exports between the north and south of the Mediterranean. It is important to underline the value of human resources in Morocco and the added value that it can add to our capabilities. The challenges, as has been underlined before, cannot be achieved with wishful thinking, but through challenges that are effective and efficient. And the Social and Economic Council think that we need to adopt policies along the policies of each country, with partnerships and cooperation between various partners in the private and public sectors. Mechanisms should be set up for financing, for funding of these projects, and improved human resources for better complementarity. The Social and Economic Council call on policies that are practical and approaches that take into account all the elements that should be included, including the private and public sector. And they should go hand in hand with the strategies adopted by the various countries and along with the conventions partnership between the various countries. This approach will be able to encourage and expand cooperation and investment in distribution and exportations. We hope that this forum will be an important opportunity to help towards the objectives that we are all looking to, and will help improve the capacities of these countries to survive the difficulties currently seen by the world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yunus Menaki, for this statement. There is no doubt that complementarity in commerce and industry will help security in this region, and this is our dream all.
Zhu, UNIDO Managing Director, Directorate of Technical Cooperation and Sustainable Development. Mr. Zhu, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address you this afternoon. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to connect with a key theme of this forum, economic integration. In my opening statement, I referred to progress by innovation and emphasized the importance of cooperation to achieve that. But cooperation is not only a prerequisite for innovation, but it also facilitates the process of economic integration on the way to more prosperous and sustainable and inclusive world. This integration happens on different levels, sectoral, national, regional, or global, and in different forms: technological, market, finance, regulatory. A unique combination of national business system features can be a source of competitive advantage and make a nation more economically competitive on the regional and on the global scale. Let us look at how we can harness the potential of integration and ensure it is directed to the advancement of economic development, supports climate action, and improves livelihoods. To what can we direct our attention to ensure that positive potential of integration? Firstly, we can engage in global value chains, GVCs, to secure economic development. GVCs have been a successful tool for economic integration, and some countries have managed to quickly gain in terms of development, skills, and economic activity. Through such an approach, technology and skills were quickly transferred to the regions across the globe, creating islands of economic development that, however, needed to strongly link with local economy. This has not always worked the way it was intended. Yet, such a model with a more regional focus is still a powerful tool for development. Secondly, we can ensure synergies for combining national competitive advantages to fight inequalities. Economic integration in the Mediterranean is particularly useful considering the geographic proximity. Each sub-region within the Mediterranean offers its unique competitive advantages. With stronger integration, we foster strengths and strive towards eliminating inequalities. Lastly, we need to harmonize and employ regional policy frameworks. Economic integration requires selective policy interventions through which competitive advantages are exploited while new competitive advantages are created. This requires a broad set of policies at the national level to address infrastructure gaps, skills deficits, access to finance, and to improve institutional frameworks. It is especially important in the global challenges like climate change. Now, we at UNIDO support all these through various avenues. We support skills development and training. UNIDO provides technical and vocational training programs to enhance specific skill sets related to individual industries, supporting rural women and youth entrepreneurship. Recently, UNIDO launched the Industry 4.0 Skills and Employment Project in Tunisia, which particularly aims to leverage international learning and vocational training schemes and adapt them to the national context so that young Tunisians can more easily find work in the country. And the added benefit is that Tunisian employers can get assured expertise and knowledge and produce according to international or regional standards. UNIDO utilized one of the most promising tools for economic integration: national, regional, and even international, the standards and the conformity. UNIDO's work on quality infrastructure always should use a regional approach, which not only is more cost-effective, but ensures that regional integration is actively being pursued, and cooperation is necessary to establish regional quality infrastructure which helps establish capacities in the given region to assess quality and ensure conformity with standards. We need to consist the regional scope in approach to regulation. We built on experience across many of our projects, which has demonstrated that regional approaches to challenges can yield better results. For instance, the UNIDO SAFE project has worked across the Arabic region, partially in the Mediterranean, to improve food safety across the whole region. Through joint capacity building, a regional food safety framework, and an enabling regulatory environment aligned across several countries. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on our joint way forward, we must anchor regional integration in strong cooperation on the issues outlined earlier, on innovation for food security, climate change, health, energy, and digital transformation. This may include the promotion of transport and industrial corridors, industrial agglomerations, and regional innovation systems. We should also channel investment, which foster competitiveness innovations that promote the greening of industry, improve energy and resource efficiency, and lower environmental costs. New forms of partnerships with innovative business models should address both the commercial imperatives and meet global development objectives. Lastly, the potential of the latest technologies must be fully leveraged. Work needs to be done on all levels: government, business support institutions, firms, and also vocational training and education. This way, countries are enabled to not only define their best way forward in terms of technology development, but also to ensure that they foster technological capabilities and absorb capacities for improved competitiveness. Through this, we can ensure that we cooperate regionally and achieve progress by innovation globally, leaving no one behind in our path towards achieving the 2030 agenda. Thank you.
Mr. Zhu.
PAM. And especially this session, I think it's, the title is quite interesting and gives a great perspective of this forum, which I think will continue and be very constructive for the region. Because the questions as they are posed, I think they put us on the right path to start a very good conversation on how to enhance financial and commercial integration between these two important strategic regions. And also the fact that the session in the title also refers to the role of the private sector is extremely key. And I think the relationship between legislators and the private sector is extremely important. Because we all agree that it is extremely possible and achievable to have integration between Gulf and Mediterranean countries. The vision of Gennaro Migliore, which I had the extreme pleasure to discuss with him next to the Mediterranean in Napoli a couple of months ago. His vision and the vision of other members of the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean, is really a good one, and I think we can actually have the means to put some concrete objectives into that conversation on how to facilitate investment and trade flows in the region, and also particularly within the panel of trade and investment facilitation of the Parliamentary Assembly, of which I have the honor to be a member. So you can count on my contribution also to this work. But I think we have to be also a little bit sober about the diagnosis. Minister Mazur and Honorable Abu Al-Ainin and also Secretary General Al-Akhdar, they all told us that the situation today, there is an asymmetry in terms of trade flows between the south bank of the Mediterranean and the European Union, and also between GCC and the European Union, and between the two south bank regions. So that asymmetry is there, and I think the conversation should be really on how to increase those flows, and the role of the private sector is key in help us think. So whatever conversation, I think it's good to have them and to have their ideas, because they are simply the ones that will increase the links, because they will look for profitable business and they will help us. I think the forum is a great step in the right direction, but we also need to probably work on deliverables mid-term, long-term, on what we can achieve, what kind of issues we need to focus on. So I might offer a couple of ideas. No, they are just mine, but for the conversation, maybe to take it forward. I think we could probably focus the thinking on 4 areas. One would be on how really to increase finance and investment in the region, notably through the availability of trade finance for small, medium enterprises, for women and youth. I think it's a key conversation, because one of our studies showed actually that it's about trade facilitation, that the main obstacle for small and medium enterprises to go into international trade, it's a very simple diagnosis. If it's complicated, they will not do it. So we need to help them in terms of environment for business to be as easy as possible. The second area is actually how to look into more digitalization of the procedures, I think, for the region, to actually tap into these small, medium enterprises, women, etc., and how they can get into the international business. Third area to my contribution would be on food security and agriculture. And I think, and agro-business, I add agro-business there. I think the crisis of Ukraine, one of the lessons for net food importing countries, and there are many around the region, our region, in the Euro-Mediterranean, is to think how to integrate better the food supply chains, and also how to develop agriculture and maybe more links within the region in a way to ensure food security. And I think that's also maybe a good part of the conversation on how to increase the links between the Euro-Mediterranean and the Gulf countries, because we have a lot of tools. You have the funding in one side, investments, and you have also agriculture, arable lands, water, and all available in the region. We need just to integrate how to move that forward. Fourth area would be about sustainability, and I think, and I add circular economy there. I think it's a necessity for the region. If there is a region that is a priority in terms of how we think about the fishing activities for tomorrow, the international transport, the supply chains through the Mediterranean, I think it's a priority for the region. And the thinking should be about how to have a sustainable Mediterranean Sea, because that's a challenge, but also how to work on the profile of the economies in the region and how they can become more sustainable. Now, having said all these 4 areas, what does the WTO bring to the table? That's, I think, an important part of the conversation. I think we bring a couple of things. Sorry. Firstly, I think the WTO, and this is a bit underrated, we bring certainty to international trade. We are about a global system of international trade that is stable, that ensures that everybody has the right to trade in a fair way. It is underrated, it's taken for granted, but I think the crisis like the COVID-19 crisis showed us the usefulness of a system of global trade rules because it helped supply chains, for example, deliver vaccines and inputs into vaccines because people cared about an international system for international trade, and the WTO is the guardian of that trade. The chance for Gulf and Euro-Mediterranean region is that the majority of the countries are already members of the WTO or are in the process of accession to the WTO. So they know the rules, they play the game, so we can actually integrate that point into the conversation. And I think, as the DG said in the opening remarks this morning, as the system delivered for COVID, it also delivered for food insecurity, but also on digitalization. You know, this agreement on not taxing electronic transactions is an important one also into digitalization and access of small and medium enterprises, and that's a big deliverable that the WTO can keep delivering. So that's my first point, is about the certainty that WTO brings in terms of international trade rules. The second point is related to the first one. These rules are also useful. The existing ones we have, for example, can serve the regional integration agenda, both for the Euro-Mediterranean and the Gulf countries, but also, as we heard, many of our elder brothers from the Pan-African Parliament and for the African Union of Parliaments, they all said we are also, this thinking should also be about the African trade area. And I think in the WTO, there is the possibilities of some existing rules that can serve these two agendas. One example is an agreement that we have at the WTO. It's called the Trade Facilitation Agreement. Basically, the Trade Facilitation Agreement, to which all members of this region are signed, have made commitments to reduce bureaucracy, to increase the facilities for people to access to international markets. For example, how to have very light custom procedures, single windows, a website for these procedures, how much fees one has to pay, deadlines. All of that, all these countries in the region have already signed into the WTO. So those commitments exist. And if I may suggest, maybe, the panel of which I am a member, we could probably, as a starting point, try to see what Euromed and GCC countries, and probably some of African countries, have taken in terms of commitments within the TFA, and see how that can help the integration agenda in the region. It's quite important what Honorable Abul Ainin said about landlocked countries. And this is an agenda which actually was also based to help those landlocked countries. And this is something that can be done as a first step in this conversation. So these are the existing rules. My third point that WTO can bring to the table, and this is where we need maybe more involvement, is about how to design future rules for the WTO. We have now conversations, but unfortunately, they don't involve all 164 members of the WTO. So that you have like coalitions of the willing to design new rules on digitalization to be within the WTO framework with all the certainty that it can bring. Rules for small and medium enterprises, rules for how to increase women's role in international trade, and also rules about investment facilitation for development. So all the areas that are really on the agenda for this conversation are in discussion in the WTO, and that's something we can also brief maybe and have it in a constant way within the panel, for example, on PAM panel on investment and trade facilitation. But we need probably the support from your members in these negotiations. My fourth and last point is, of course, about WTO and sustainability. I think for long, trade and WTO were a bit absent from the COP discussions. And I think in Sharm el-Sheikh, and I had the honor to be there to participate as a WTO delegate, we are in the WTO now extremely serious about sustainability and environmental issues. And then in this regard, I have two main ideas. One, I think the DG hinted to it in the speech in the morning, this fisheries subsidies agreement. Again, it's a new piece of international law that is on the table, but we need members of parliament and government to ratify it to be really a tool for international law to help reduce fisheries subsidies. So that's a plea, again, in this forum to help us with this issue, because many say the fisheries subsidies agreement in the WTO is the first environmental agreement at the WTO. And if we think about the Mediterranean, this is a great way to help our fishermen and help also sustainability of the Mediterranean Sea. The second, and this is what we tried to do in Sharm el-Sheikh in COP27, is actually the diagnosis, and many people were telling us that trade now is visible more in the COP discussions. Because we launched our World Trade Report there about international trade and climate change, but it's also because our messages were very simple and clear, and I will repeat them, what the DG has said there. 3 clear messages. The first one is to say, if we are really serious about moving clean technologies around the world, the best way to do it is through the WTO and international trade. Why? Because it will ensure that you have global rules, ensures that supply chains provide this in a timely way and at affordable prices for everybody. So that's the message number one. And within that message number one, the message in COP was to any country that wants to think about their nationally determined objectives for gas emissions, they need probably to have a trade chapter in that conversation. That's probably also for the region here, and GCC and Euro-Mediterranean countries, maybe something that we need to have on the conversation. Second message, again, we have a conversation not involving all WTO members, but it's about sustainability. So we have a negotiation going on environmental goods and services, on how to bring custom duties on these technologies to zero. But that's not involving all WTO members. Again, something we can have from the region, more impact into that conversation. 3, that's a bit revolutionary, but our DG is quite an interesting leader. And she pushed the idea that about maybe carbon trading. We need a global framework for carbon trading. And maybe the WTO with others, like the IMF or the OECD, can be the forum to host these conversations. It's sensitive, it's not an easy topic, but I think if we are serious also about sustainability in the WTO, but I think also in this forum we are serious about sustainability, that bit of conversation needs also to occur somehow. So, Mr. Chair, this is what I had to say, what the WTO would bring to the table in terms of conversation. And I think, as the DG also said in the morning in the speech, we welcome this initiative, we welcome this forum, and you can count on the WTO to support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hashimi, and thank you for, again, making sure that you're always there and we can count on you. We are sure about that, and we look forward to more cooperation in the future with the WTO. I am sure the Secretary General has taken note of your suggestion about the panel, and he will take care of that. Not only that, but even the cooperation between PAM and the WTO regarding the most interesting topics that you mentioned at the end. Thank you very much for sharing all this with us. I will now give the floor to Mr. Jibrila Adamo Isa, World Bank Practice Manager for Finance, Competitiveness and Innovation for the MENA region. Sir, the floor is yours.
Bonjour. I have a presentation. I don't have a speech. I have a few slides, but I'm not going to bother you to go through them all. I just want to convey a few messages. I don't know if the Marco has the presentation ready or not, but it's here. I think, well, first of all, I would like to thank you very much for inviting us, to the honorable parliamentarians, to your excellencies. Very happy to represent the World Bank here at this forum, which I think is very important. It's very relevant to what we do, the World Bank, but also what we do for the people of this region of the world. This is our mandate. I have 3 key messages, and I'm going to try to be very brief. I think we need to do some sort of stock taking to look at why we're gathered here, or why, in the first place, we've created, this cooperation between the countries on the 2 sides of the Mediterranean. To look at it from, the vision itself, because the idea is to come together and to promote trade and investment. But I think trade and investment in itself is not the goal. I think the goal is really to improve prosperity through economic convergence to the people of this region. So a lot of people actually have made this kind of stock taking. But if you look at it from a convergence perspective, I think a lot needs to be done as we move forward. We can learn from the past. There's some gains, right, between, well, from 1990 to 2010 in terms of economic convergence. But until now, you see there's a huge gap between the income per capita in the southern Mediterranean compared to the one in Europe. So I think this is at least something that can guide our effort in the future, how we can work together to narrow this gap, to have a good shared prosperity for people living in both regions. So this requires collaboration, cooperation, trade, of course, but many other things than trade. Just to look at these graphs, you can see how things have evolved over time, the gap, how it has narrowed, and how it has widened a bit after 2018 and beyond. So this is, I think, something we need also to have some sort of retrospect and think it through. So this is my first message. The second message, I'm not going to elaborate a lot on it. I think you've all said it. The world has changed since then. COVID, we all know it, how it has disrupted the supply chain. We've seen ideas of reshoring, nearshoring. You can say anything you want about it, but it's going to happen for sure. I think we need to be prepared, at least to have the analytics also to understand if reshoring is, what would be the positive effect that it would bring, and also to calibrate what we do. Climate change is a reality, it's nature, it's also man-made. I think we can do something about it, but it's in here. And we've seen a lot of policies that are being devised and defined due to the climate change. You can talk of the CBAM, the Green Deal in Europe. I think these countries of ours here in MENA, we really need to look at that, and this is going to have a lot of implications for what we do. Digital economy, this is something also, I'm not going to elaborate on that, but there's something critical, and this is the point on tailwind that you have. You have huge technological savvy youth population in this region. If you look at the numbers on how many young people will come to the labor market in the MENA region, is in the hundreds of millions over the next 10, 15, 20 years. So there is a criticality element into that. We need to face it and provide the jobs, the opportunities for these young people, not by government, because the government cannot do it, but by the private sector, by inclusion. Large number of highly educated women. If you look at gender inclusion in the MENA region, this is something on which we can really work. I was just looking this morning to see what the gender balance in all the speakers. If I recall, I think there were only maybe 2 ladies who have spoken at the podium this morning. But I think joke aside, this is a huge opportunity, and also how you can increase women labor participation in the MENA region, I think in that region. But I think we can learn from each other from both sides of the Mediterranean. The third tailwind that's important is the renewable energy. I think this is something very critical. It's a huge potential. I think we can learn from that. My last point is there's also a huge debate on the new path of economic transformation. So far, economic transformation has happened in some sort of a linear way. You go from agriculture, you increase productivity, people move to industry and to manufacturing sector and then to services. Now, things might have changed. There's a possibility to leapfrog. Some countries have done it, but it's not like a dogmatic view anymore. You can look at it from what's the perspective of your own economy and decide what's good for the countries. Now, my last slide is what is the way forward? And I think my points that I have here are somehow similar to what just the colleague, I think, from WTO has just mentioned. On the vulnerability side and what's happening in terms of macroeconomic imbalances around the world, inflation, we see it, there is a two-pronged approach that needs to happen. In the very short to medium term, I think we need to address vulnerabilities. But we have to do it by keeping in mind and having line of sight what is the long-term objective of what we're trying to achieve. So it's not like short-term versus long-term, but it's short-term and long-term. We have to keep the eyes on the two balls moving forward. So this is one aspect. One critical element is how to improve governance and to reduce institutional failures and crowding the private sector. Understand the vulnerabilities in the financial sector. We mentioned it, financial inclusion, financial stability, access to finance is critical. We've seen it in many countries. Corporate debt is very high. The risks are there, but we need to understand them and to address them in order to increase financial stability and inclusion. Improving the business environment through structural reforms. If there is one thing we've learned from economic theory and economic practice is that public money does not develop a country. It has never developed a country. You need to mobilize private sector resources and expertise to develop a country. We've seen all along the role of the state in many of the countries is huge and pervasive. How we can think of institutions, state-owned enterprises reform, business regulation, competition, I think a lot of people have mentioned it here, including competitive neutrality. It's not a dogma, but just to look at it, if we have SOEs, they're relevant, but how the competition can be neutral with the private sector. There's something, I don't know if it has been mentioned enough here, is migration. You cannot avoid the debate or the dialogue on migration between the two sides of the Mediterranean. This is happening. We cannot control it. Well, we cannot avoid it at least, so we need to face it. I think it's in your instances that the debate can happen, and we really need to tackle it. It's important for mobility. It's important for human capital development. And just it's important for creating prosperity. This is one of the greatest factor of production beside capital that has, of course, a lot of value addition, but also technological input that has shown to be the most important aspect in creating growth and productivity in the world. So we cannot avoid that debate. Market integration with sectoral reform. If you look at regional integration, you can look at it from two lenses. One is what happened at the technical level, institutional level, and the second one is what the private sector and market can really help do in terms of integration. What we've seen in many countries, in many examples in the world, is market integration is critical, so facilitate the life for the private sector to integrate. I think these are the people or the private sector entities that would create, the values, the innovation, and could help the regional integration, and of course create prosperity for all. And one sector, I think that's critical, it's mentioned, I'm not going to spend time on it, is the electricity market integration through sectoral reform, of course, in terms of production, distribution, but also particularly, the companies that are the off-takers that kind of do the distribution in the energy sector. These are critical. In many countries, the production can be excellent, the transportation can be excellent, but the distribution is an issue before. If the off-takers, i.e. the energy companies, the regulators are not up to the standard, the integration isn't going to happen. But I think there's a lot of opportunity in terms of trading of renewable energy, clean energy on both sides of the Mediterranean. My last point, I think we cannot see it on the slide, is Sub-Saharan Africa. I think you have this African Free Trade Agreement. I think this region can really be the gate to go deep into Sub-Saharan Africa. So this is also something that's critical. Maybe you can see how the linkages can happen. Now, what can the World Bank do as an institution? At least three things. Diagnostics, in terms of coming up with policy recommendations, this is one. Technical assistance to help, how we can help implement those policies, this is the second. And third, of course, work on regional projects, regional operations that can help put people around the table, learning from experiences that we have around the world. So this is what I have to say. Three key messages if you are to leave, I would like to leave you with in this room. Regional integration or trade itself in itself is not an objective. The objective is creating prosperity, one. Second, the world has changed, but huge opportunities in terms of what we can do to move forward. Three are the areas in which I think we can move forward. Imbalances, the role of the state, the business environment, more market and sector integration to facilitate the life for the private sector, and of course, this huge continent, going from Morocco to South Africa. I think this is something that we can work on. This is really a gate to the region. Thanks a lot again.
Thank you, Mr. Raisi. Thank you very much for this very insightful presentation, and I very much appreciate your observation regarding the gender balance, which is very much taken, and maybe I need to share with you and all the attendees that PAM was very alerted to this matter, and we have created the PAM Women Forum, something we're very proud of, and we have also in our statutes changed that every delegation has to be included by lady parliamentarians to get the full vote in the plenary sessions. So thank you for this observation, something we appreciate very much. I will now give the floor to Professor Gianfranco Vento, CEO of Casa di Risparmio San Marino. Sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairman. I want to thank all the political authorities and the PAM authorities for organizing such an interesting and useful conference. And I'm also very proud for being invited as a keynote speaker by PAM with so many prestigious speakers before and after me. As many speakers before me said, we are living in very difficult times. Somebody mentioned before the war in Europe, the increase in prices of commodities, and inflation as a consequence of all this. And so the situation is very challenging all over the world, but this is especially challenging in emerging economies, and especially in sub-Saharan Africa. We are facing a food crisis in some countries, in some areas, as well as an energy crisis. And this is likely to increase the migratory pressures towards Europe. So, more generally, we can say that wealth inequalities, opportunities inequalities are likely to increase migratory pressures and other social problems connected with migrations. So in this framework, I think that governments, parliaments, academia, economists, and finance people can do a lot. I think it is our responsibility as a banker, as an academic, to do more. You all are aware about ESG processes, environmental social governance process, and how this is affecting the financial industry worldwide. The financial system is going in the direction of paying more and more attention to social and environmental variables in financial intermediation processes. And we know that many authorities, many universities, many governments are working on these topics. So in this framework, I see a lot of savers, a lot of people having financial surpluses, especially in Northern Europe and Western economies, and also in the northern part of the Mediterranean, who are more and more conscious and more aware about ESG and the role of the financial system. There is an increasingly demand of ESG investment in mature economies. On the other hand, it's possible to see many investment opportunities in the southern part of the world, in the southern part of the Mediterranean area. And more specifically, I think it's important that renewable energy, solar panels, solar cells, and so on. There are many interesting projects, very interesting investment opportunities in the southern part of Mediterranean, in this area of the world, that are not fully exploited yet. So it goes without saying that if we shall be able to create more business opportunities and more working opportunities in this part of the world, we shall be able to reduce migratory pressures and also to prevent that more and more innocent people will die while they try to cross Saharan Desert or the Mediterranean Sea. And ultimately, we can contribute to prevent additional social problems in Europe and in the northern rim of Mediterranean Sea. And this also could be beneficial in order to decarbonize the world, this would be helpful for contributing to decarbonization. So my recommendation, my request, my advice to the parliamentary members in this room and also to policymakers in general is to promote more and more legislation and regulation in order to push the financial system towards ESG principles, not only Europe, so that also local banks in the region, in the Northern Africa, in emerging economies in general, local financial intermediaries will be forced to pay more attention to environmental and social goals in their business plans, in the way they run the business. And also in the way they allocate credit and finance business opportunities. So this is something that all of us will benefit from, and it's important to stress that it is a win-win solution for the challenges we mentioned before. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Vento. Thank you very much. And I will now give the floor to Mr. Ignacio Garcia Alves, CEO of Arthur D. Little. Sir, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, thank you for the kind invitation to this excellent initiative. And thank you for your warm welcome to the Kingdom of Morocco. Yesterday, when I crossed the border control, I gave my passport, and the policeman had a really nice smile. He asked me, "How are you doing today?" And then he handed back my Spanish passport. Congratulations to Morocco. Arthur D. Little, the company I'm the CEO of, is supporting since more than a century companies and governments on their development strategies, and especially by using innovation. Therefore, I would like to share with you our vision on how the private or industrial sector can catalyze innovation to trigger financial and commercial development of the Euro-Med countries in a more integrated way. First of all, why does innovation matter? When you look at the correlation about the GDP per inhabitant, in fact, there are two ways in which you can create wealth. Either you have large natural resources, or you have a high innovation capability. And in fact, innovation that is measured through GII, the Global Innovation Index, has shown a very strong correlation. The R2, you know, the correlation index, is 0.6, which means more or less that 60% of the wealth creation, in fact, can be explained through that index. So there's a strong correlation, in fact, with economic development, and it accelerates the country's positioning on high-value segments and boosts their exports. You all probably have heard about the high GDPs per capita of Switzerland, Singapore, or other countries, and we're all jealous, of course, about these countries. So how do they do? Well, in fact, they have a very high and one of the highest GII indexes in the world. On the other hand, you have countries like Saudi Arabia that has boosted its wealth through natural resources and now is reinvesting their profits into new innovative sectors through its Ambition 2030 plan. So, but why is it difficult to innovate in the current environment? I think you all have been gifted with two hands and two parts of the brain. And that's exactly what we're currently having. On one hand, it's very complicated because we live in a VUCA environment, right? Volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And governments, in fact, and companies are mostly focusing on dealing with these short-term crises. I will not repeat what everybody has been mentioning already, but that's on one hand, in fact. And then you need to have the other hand. And the other hand is about not forgetting that fundamental long-term trends are shaping the future. We're experiencing a new industrial revolution, green energy, sustainable transportation, high-speed communication, digitalization. Industrial revolutions create economic paradigm shift. And they reconcile, the current one is a nice one because it reconciles, hopefully, economic growth and sustainability. It also has allowed people to work from home. We have calculated, for example, that the COVID crisis has accelerated by 7 years the digitalization of the society and the companies. So, how can you boost, in fact, the innovation? I think that in addition to public policies and initiatives, private sector and especially national champions play a central role to accelerate innovation by identifying international innovation and adapting it to local needs. Very often we're confusing invention, where you own, in fact, something, to innovation, which is more how you innovate, in fact, in companies. So sharing together the innovations of all the region can really allow to foster economic performance and to boost the innovation index of all of the countries. You need also to invest in education and R&D and have the right minds and the needed infrastructure and research capabilities. And you also need to have both private and public sector that act as customer of all these innovations. What is a good example of a partnership between the public sector and an industrial company? And I would like to tell you that it's very close here. In Morocco, you have OCP, the fertilizer giant, that has created the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic. It's a very good example how the industrial sector can trigger innovation, not only for the development of Morocco and its sponsor company OCP, but with an ambition to help also the wider African region, especially in the agricultural domain. So there are 4 things, in fact, that UM6P is doing: research, education, applied innovation, and a startup ecosystem. I think it's a very interesting example that maybe other countries also can look at, maybe in a different area. Maybe you have your specialty area in which you could create the same thing. What's also interesting is that, in fact, again, like we saw in Saudi Arabia, we see that wealth created through natural resources, in this case phosphates, is reinvested to create wealth through innovation for the benefit of the region. What's important to stimulate innovation is to put in place a structured framework or system for innovation at the country or regional level. I will not get into the details. If you're interested, you can find me here, but I would like maybe in a conclusion tell you that for Euromed countries, it's necessary to catalyze private sector capabilities to boost innovation and economic development. And like Morocco did 3 penalties, I want to score also 3 things here with you. First of all, be ambidextrous. Do not only live from crisis to crisis. That will not bring you further. Think about how you can innovate and ride this current industrial revolution. Secondly, remember that innovation is the key factor for stimulating economic development, especially in the absence of natural resources, or maybe thanks to it, because you then can reinvest, in fact, the wealth of natural resources. And then try to really define why you can be a leader in that innovation. So please choose the area in which you can do it. If you have a strong phosphate in agriculture like we saw, that's maybe your area. And then put in place these public-private partnerships and try to understand how people can work together to catalyze innovation and economic development. It's a great opportunity really to do that. Innovation is really fun to do, and it's really something that brings wealth to your geographies. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mr. Carmine Bruno, President of the Harmonic Innovation Group. Mr. Bruno, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everybody. Allow me to first express my sincerely thanks to the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean and the House of Councillor of the United Kingdom, Morocco, and all the distinguished representatives, speakers, and participants to this event. I am the President of Harmonic Innovation Group Benefit Company, which is leading an evolved innovation ecosystem. Within our ecosystem, we have a startups incubator, an accelerator, an academy for education, a research center, a real estate innovation, and an hub for innovation. That is the physical infrastructure within which the activities of our ecosystem take place. Our goal is to become an innovation lab for the Mediterranean region. We would connect the Mediterranean region with our networks, which are committed to providing resources in terms of competence, research, opportunity, finance to grow. We really believe that with the support of our ecosystem of open and harmonic innovation, anyone in the Mediterranean region and beyond can improve their condition. We are an innovation ecosystem for social impact, so we find the most promising innovators globally that are working on finding the solution to the global issue around. We really believe that anyone, anywhere, is able to contribute to solve the most important challenges. Based on what Mr. El Hakimi mentioned before, open innovation could contribute to develop local advanced food supply chain by creating innovation lab dedicated to agri-tech, agri-food, and for food security and water. To collaboration with some of the existing research centers, or by training to young local researchers, activating dedicated research programs, we are able to play a bridging function between the sustainable growth needs of the Mediterranean area and the opportunities offered by the Atlantic West in a key of strengthening geopolitical and geostrategic relations. We are creating a global network of places for the future and for innovation capable of supporting the entire innovation chain by combining thought and action, humanism and technology, economy and development, environmental and social sustainability. We will help a Mediterranean country to move from the invention economy lots of ideas, but a relative lack of scalable products, into an innovation economy with competitive local products and services. All this by developing the harmonic innovation paradigm for the affirmation of a new inclusive, cohesive, and generative model of economic development, as well as by promoting the long-term enterprises, linked not to the creation of market revenues, but to the progressive enhancement of long-term intangible assets related to the intergenerational horizon impacts. Enterprises capable to generate widespread value, ensuring freedom, stability, and welfare in the territories. As mentioned this morning by Honour Mr. Pedro Roque, our current economic model is no longer consistent with our new model of social development. Developing innovation ecosystem at the regional levels will take a country-wide effort, since some of the territories are still too weak to go it alone. Such improvement must be seen as a driver in positioning the Mediterranean countries for the new era. Currently, a lot of that job creation looks like the creation of macro enterprises, small businesses that employ just 1 or 2 people. We need more. And the way to create more is through innovation. Innovation is absolutely key to Mediterranean countries' stability and growth in the coming decades. Without certain factors in place, Mediterranean countries cannot realize the enormous promise gained from innovation. If a firm invests in innovation but cannot import the machines that they need to implement the innovation, then the returns will be low. If a firm invests in innovation but has insufficient trained workers or engineers to implement it, then the returns will be low. And finally, if a firm invests in innovation but lacks the management capacity to take advantage of it, then the returns will be low. Innovation is really the key to sustain growth in the countries of the Mediterranean. Each new generation seeks to apply its skill in new challenging jobs that offer new opportunities. The technological innovation is vital to addressing both challenges of low structural transformation and lack of inclusive development of Mediterranean countries. We are 8 billion people in the world, but we only use the talent and the ingenuity of a very few. We are not going to give a solution to the big, complex global problems if we are only looking in Silicon Valley or in other places like this. We really believe that we can solve more of the world challenge if we find those innovators anywhere to open innovation and then unlock their potential to scale through partnership. And we strongly believe in the power of open harmonic innovation to give a solution to our challenges. We would become the engine for the innovation of the entire Mediterranean region, and we want to use only the talent and the ingenuity of the people. The role of the innovation in the social development of Mediterranean development needs to be comprehensively addressed. We really believe that ingenuity is equally distributed in the world, but opportunity is not. And by means of applying our economic paradigm of harmonic innovation, we would contribute to create new opportunities in the Mediterranean region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brewer. Thank you very much. I wish to thank all our speakers, and I wish to inform you all that we have taken note of all the points and the issues that were raised by our speakers. We thank them again for that, and they will be included in our final document, in the outcome document and remarks, and we will make sure that they are represented in this document. So thank you all very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have received so many requests for interventions, but due to time constraints, we have made the session tomorrow at 2 p.m. from the at noon, at 12 noon for interventions. Whoever wishes to take the floor, they will have the chance tomorrow at noon. So by that, I declare this session ended, and I ask the moderators and the speakers of this third session to take the floor immediately for time constraints. And I give this to Sergio Piazzi, our Secretary General. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Darwish. And I have the pleasure to call on the podium now His Excellency Fouad Kadiri, the third Vice President de la Chambre des Conseillers, together with Senator Lou Marbou, President Emerite de la PAM, and Dr. Alessandro Ortiz, Co-President of the PAM panel. Please, we leave the floor to you here on the podium.
انطلقوا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله والصلاة.
In the name of God, most gracious, most merciful, may peace and blessings be upon the prophets. His Kitten King, distinguished Deputy Speaker of the House of Councillors, distinguished guests of the Kingdom of Morocco, distinguished brothers and sisters, members of the Parliament. It is an honor for me to chair this second session based on the mandate that I have had and what I was asked to do for this constitutive session of this economic parliamentary forum. I would like first to congratulate, and we shall never tire from doing this, to congratulate the Moroccan team that has made us proud and have made us happy. Not just Moroccans, but all Arabs and all Africans, all peoples who look forward to improving their conditions and join advanced nations. I'm convinced, distinguished brothers and sisters, that they have given substance, that our players have given substance to our dreams and shown that the legitimate ambitions, when they're accompanied by resolve and unremitting action, that ambition can only lead to achieving objectives and making dreams come true. I hope that the spirit that guided our heroes to be with us, and that we work in the same spirit, that we inspire, that we derive inspiration and guidance from that, so that we may achieve our objectives and come up with an idea, even an initial idea of what we would like to do in terms of innovation, especially that past approaches have not produced much. I am very happy to see that the council, the House of Councillors, of which I am a member, I'm very happy to see that the interest or the scope of interest of the House of Councillors exceeds now what we are used to doing, and now we're going into some more complex issues. We're talking about the population in the Mediterranean region and the Gulf region. The people in this region look forward to promoting their prosperity and stability and peace. I was very happy to listen to a number of presentations, and but there was one thing in particular that drew my attention by Mr. Gennaro Migliori when he made his opening remarks, and who said that my personal problems are similar to the problems of other people, and I'm saying that any focus on individual approaches, individual efforts, as opposed to collective efforts would not lead to anywhere, and would be just a waste of time. I therefore call on you to address this question and this is a continuation of this first session that will lead us to address a number of issues from different perspectives, including the role of investment, trade, and the private sector. And therefore, this session will be also a preparation for the next session, which is the food security and the energy security and water security. Are all of them issues that are related to the strategic security and national sovereignty. The energy security is a complex matter, but what is important in this regard is that the complexity cannot be explained as is the case with some mathematical problems, cannot be explained by just the fact that the data is not known, whereas the data between energy are quite clear. So the problem today is that we are not able to address the required balance between the different factors that are involved in this issue. I'm sure I don't want to take too much of your time because you'll have a chance to talk about this and address this, especially with Mr. Hulu Marbouh, who is the honorary president of the Mediterranean Parliament, and Mr. Alessandro, who is a key partner of our forum. Before giving the floor to my two brothers and colleagues, is Mr. Bouzkri Razi here? I will give the floor to Mr. Bouzkri Razi, who is the representative of the Ministry of Energy and Energy Transition, Sustainable Development. And I'm sure that his presentation, which will pave the way to our discussion, will be based on the actual experience. And I would like him to address all the aspects of this experience and open up the prospects for emulation. This is a pioneering experience that is spearheaded by His Majesty King Mohammed VI. May God assist him, who monitors very closely and personally this very specific issue. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman of the Parliamentarians, Honorable MPs of the Euromed and Gulf regions, Honorable audience. First of all, I would like to convey to you the greetings of Mrs. Leila Ben Ali, Minister of Sustainable Development and Energy Transition, who is abroad at the moment, but who would have been delighted to be here with you if she were in Morocco. This gives me the privilege to talk to you concerning a theme that is topical internationally in view of the current geopolitical context and in view of the extreme phenomena as a result of climate change. Affordability, transition are to sustainable development and the fight against climate change are the main topics of this plenary session. The crisis of fossil fuel has exhorted many countries to find solutions, but the question is, what is the way to adopt in order to attain energy sovereignty? The fact is that there should be acceleration of energy transition that will create models that are not very demanding in energy. And there are 7 pillars. Renewable energies are less expensive and can be a protection against the high and volatile prices of fossil fuels and are easier to be deployed. For the Kingdom of Morocco, the commitment to energy transition is a policy that has been initiated by His Majesty the King more than 10 years ago through an ambitious strategy based on the increase of green energy, the regional integration, and innovation and local mastery of energy. In addition, on the basis of the National Strategy for Sustainable Development that aims to ensure a green transition by 2030, Morocco has a national plan that aims at succeeding the adaptation of vulnerable sectors, and one of the pillars aims at accelerating the energy transition. And on the other hand, Morocco remains attached to the objectives of the Paris Agreement, has elaborated a carbon strategy based on a national plan that aims at reducing the hot gas emissions. And Morocco has also betted on the new model of development, notably Morocco that will be a champion of green and competitive energy by 2030 by making energy a lever for attractivity and development. The renewable energy makes up 38% of the electric capacity in Morocco, and the objective is to attain 52% by 2030. The achievements have made it possible for our country to reduce its dependency on electricity from abroad to 7.3 points. Besides renewable energy, the connectivity of the electric system is a major tool that can improve the energy transition and sustainable development. Green energy networks can be a response to energy security and transition of the Euromed and Gulf regions. Morocco has signed on the 9th of November this year in the margins of COP27 an MOU on the roadmap for the trade of sustainable electricity with Portugal, Spain, France, and Germany. Another example of regional cooperation is the signature in October this year of a green partnership with the EU that is an international model in terms of fight against climate change and solidary and win-win transition for the two parties. Energy transition means also that we have to concentrate on rare metals. The wind and photovoltaic and battery electricity and the network for connecting these will result in an increase in prime materials such as copper, cobalt, nickel, and lithium. It is an issue that could compromise the security of energy and renewable and affordable energy. Rare materials can pose an inflation risk and result in another risk of dependence for producing countries. In conclusions, there are about 3 topics or 4 topics that could optimize our equation: security, sustainability, and affordability. The first of all, the climate urgency and energy security are part of the same fight. Secondly, energy sovereignty requires a fair energy transition based on connectivity of electric systems at regional, national, and international level, and the security of strategic materials. Another point is international and regional cooperation that is essential for a long-term result in sustainable energy. The cooperation North-South and South-South, because the countries of our region cannot face the complex challenges on their own. And another point that is in direct relationship with the Parliament is the regulatory reforms that need to be put in place in order to improve the business climate and to improve transparency, facilitate information concerning investment opportunities, and improve the attractivity of national and international initiatives in the field of renewable energy, and to improve the access to renewable energies. I would like to reiterate my gratitude to the Chamber of Councillors for inviting the Ministry of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development to this important forum, and I would like to wish you a successful exchanges during this event. Thank you very much.
Excellences, distingués invités.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, dear colleagues and dear friends. For me, it is an honor to be here with you, distinguished colleagues, to commemorate the second plenary of the forum, together with my friend and colleague, Mr. Ortiz. Before all, I would like to thank the Chamber of Councillors of Morocco, and particularly His Excellency, the Honorable Ina Mayara, the President of the Chamber of Councillors, for organizing and hosting this forum. As a Moroccan citizen in my quality of President Emeritus of PAM, I feel privileged to attend this high-level event in Marrakesh. Let me also thank the Honorable Mr. Roquet, President of PAM, for this forum, and for the President Emeritus of PAM for having conceived the original idea of the forum. Before entering into the subject, allow me to thank Mr. Fouad Kadiri, third Vice President of the House of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco, and Mr. Razi Bouzouki, Director of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Green Economy at the Ministry of Energy Transition and Sustainable Development, for their opening addresses. As the title indicates of this session, energy today is a challenge for humankind, and it is also a dilemma. To meet the needs of humankind, the needs for energy that are constantly increasing because of three major factors, notably the industrial revolution, transport due to globalization, and also the important increase of individual consumption. Wastage or not unrational consumption of energy must be curbed, because the era of abundant energy belongs to the past. And today we are faced with a dilemma. It has been established that the temperature of the Earth is increasing, and we all know the consequences. And what happens today is a proof to the fact that this dilemma needs to be solved. We need energy to live, to survive, and to allow the next generations to live and to survive. So my first point is, do we have enough energy? Is consumption rational? And can it sustain this energy as long as possible? The world has experienced the oil crisis in the 90s, but that was a completely other nature. There was a price shock. Before, there was abundant oil at a low price. Now we are going through a treble shock: prices, availability, and supply. Unfortunately, the situation we face now has never been seen before, and it is due to the act of a producer of energy that went beyond the rules and the world order, including themselves, by violating the frontiers and by invading a sovereign neighboring state. This is my personal point of view and the view of the PAM. But there is still a silver lining. By creating a shock, we all woke up. The weapon of energy has appeared again. We need to be careful. As soon as energy becomes political, it gets complicated. The situation of panic that has not been foreseen and that never seen before has become an issue that needs to be addressed. Some countries went back to use coal. They started coal mines again, and they use coal. whereas coal started to be banned. So what is the future of coal, as it made it possible to solve certain situations? And other countries went back to nuclear energy, whereas they had taken a commitment to the opposite, notably the reduction of center of atomic energy producing. Then we also see that energy has become a weapon of mass destruction. Another question for the attention of specialists who are going to speak later: how can we see the energy future of humankind? How can we guarantee energy transition towards renewable energies? And the first answers were already given by Mr. Razi. And next, and I think that for debate's sake, we should consider what is renewable. We have seen at PAM the debate in France on nuclear energy, and at that time it was nearly demonstrated that nuclear energy, with the scientific progress and recycling of uranium, could be considered as renewable energy, at least for 6 or 7 centuries. What has happened needs our attention, and we have to envisage a universal energy order. Energy is a basic material, but should be forbidden to use it as a means of pressure. Another question for the next speakers is, what about green hydrogen, the wind and solar energy? And also another question is about nuclear energy. Energy transition, whether it is successful, will depend on scientific and fundamental research. I would like to make a suggestion for the debate's sake and for the specialists who will speak later. Would it not be appropriate to think about a center, a research center on energy in the Mediterranean and Gulf regions, and of course also in Africa? An international research center that would make it possible, and we spoke about Africa this morning, to valorize our commodities. Up to so far, up to now, the added value goes to the other side of the Mediterranean, and we think that it is legitimate to share technology and to share and to participate, to take part in the fourth industrial revolution. Up to now, we are consumers of technology in the South, and we want to be part of it. And finally, the commodities that were mentioned by Mr. Radi, cobalt, it is situated in the south. Lithium also. Nickel also in the south. Uranium is also in our region. So it is about time to think, in my opinion, and I think it is a requirement, we should think about an international center for energy. Thank you.
Monsieur Ortiz. President Lamarbu, my friend Lou, has just reminded us of the magnitude of the geopolitical problems and opportunities challenging us for the Med and Gulf region as well as at global level. So, to guarantee to all of us and to the future generations a sustainable development of the quality of life, we are all requested to foresee, face, and manage big and quick changes. This also applies to policies, strategies, and governance for the energy and environmental systems. We are therefore called to identify and support a well-ordered systemic transition concerning the environment protection in a harmonic way, the research and technological innovation, an appropriate mix of primary resources and technologies to be used in implementing the climate UN Sustainable Development Goals, the quality, the efficiency, the affordability of the energy services to be offered to our communities, to our people, the economic, productive, social systems progress and grow. To be pragmatic, also for our Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf region, we are called to collaborate and cooperate intensively to promote and even implement integration as a participated energy community in attaining symbiotically three well-known and fundamental objectives already mentioned: security, affordability, and sustainability of our energy and environmental systems. Security, meaning security of the system operations, including cybersecurity, meaning adequacy of infrastructures and supply. Affordability, meaning fighting energy poverty, meaning cost effectiveness, quality, and free access to energy services, and meaning market efficiency. Sustainable development, namely fighting climate change, protecting the environment, increasing energy efficiency and efficient use of all resources, extending the renewables role. To facilitate our path towards the objective thus summarized, it seems appropriate to act quickly using some of the fundamental tools for the region of our common interest. One, the harmonization of the rules, both legislative and regulatory frameworks. Two, the development and integration of infrastructures, logistics, as well as of trade exchange systems. Three, an adequate financial support for the initiatives. Four, the enhanced collaboration and cooperation between institutions, system actors, and all the stakeholders. Five, the promotion of a regional Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf energy community. I will now briefly detail rapidly about these tools in the hope to offer useful ideas for the interventions of the distinguished speakers which will take the floor, and which I thank sincerely for having wished to take part in our session. To achieve the integration of the energy system and markets within the region, we need to intensify the rules harmonization. In this respect, we must consider, on one side, the need to harmonize more and more at regional dimension the national legislative frameworks and rules concerning the environment and energy sectors, including the financial, fiscal, licensing, authorizing aspects. A lot has already been done by all the parties concerned, but the work is still in progress,
even respecting the different legislative approaches of the countries belonging to Europe, North Africa, and Middle East. On the other side, it is also necessary to reinforce the harmonization of the regulatory frameworks already started, thanks to the positive common action of the national regulators gathered within MedReg. We can expect additional initiatives to foster energy market integration, starting with third-party access and capacity allocation mechanisms among the countries, to promote networks unbundling from market operators, to promote convergence on tariff methodologies and on quality of services, to protect more and more the consumers. Accordingly, it is necessary to have in all the region national legislations that enables national regulators based on principles of independence, autonomy, authority, accountability, principles facilitating their necessary mission, namely regulate, monitor, control, and proactively intervene. Finally, the launch and implementation of Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf Energy Community will be an important factor for the achievement of both legislative and regulatory harmonization. For this purpose, PAM panel could be the platform where to define the main strategic topics to focus on and the tools to be used to facilitate and support the implementation and the governance of the new community. In this connection, in my opinion, could be very useful to organize in the frame of PAN Assembly an annual convention participated by the chairs of the national parliamentary commissions responsible for the energy and environment national legislations. The integration of the energy markets and their liquidity, the investments to increase security of supply, including electricity and gas storage, are some of the aspects that must be considered by reinforced effort of the organizations associating network system operators. In this direction, positive are the results achieved by METSO, the Mediterranean Organization of the Electricity Transmission Operators, created 10 years ago, promoted by PAM panel, and supported by EC, the European Commission. METSO results are evidencing that the effective integration requires interconnections linking regions, sub-regions, and not simply countries. Development of grids by common technical rules and common planning methodologies. Common tools and criteria to assess commercial and technical viability of the projects. Share innovations able to offer the necessary cyber security. In similar positive way, it is as well necessary that the operators managing the gas transport networks in the region reach a stronger cooperation and an adequate institutional recognition on a like basis of METSO and ETSO-E, ETSO-G of EU. 3. The regional integration requires long-term and capital-intensive investment, both in generation and networks. This very well-known need has several important implications in terms of an appropriate, efficient financing mechanism, taking in consideration that many projects, despite their commercial viability and governmental support, suffer financial gaps, that some MENA countries still lack appropriate remuneration schemes, combined with some countries' financial weakness. Therefore, it will be necessary the definition of specific financial policies for the region, and not just for each single country, because the integration of the national energy systems in a regional topic both in terms of security and supply, decarbonization targets, and market integrations. Therefore, a reinforced approach by the IFIs, the international financial institutions, and the public-private partnerships for the implementation of a regional energy integration can complement the national programs and projects. Integration is no longer an option, and reinforced cooperation is a key factor for the achievement of the UN Sustainable Development Goals and for our security of supply. Therefore, it exists a strong need for institutions, the public and private actors, all the stakeholders in the region to work together to achieve those mentioned common targets. In addition, if we will be able to create a strong energy integrated policy, we will achieve other objectives in terms of R&D, innovation, industrial development, with very positive effects in terms of growth, employment, prosperity, peace, and health in our countries. PAM panel on trade and investments, constantly advising the PAM Assembly, is as well ready to support the Assembly in pursuing the energy community objective, taking in due consideration also the contributions that will emerge during the present forum. It is for this reason that we encourage the active participation of all the interested parties in the initiatives of PAM panel that, in continuity since 2010, is active by 5 sectorial and open working groups: sustainable development, trade facilitation, production and job creation, investment and finance, tourism. And all that supporting the promotion, of course, of regional trade and economic integration, in close collaboration with the international institutions, the IFIs, and many other organizations and of operators and consumers. Leaving now the floor to the distinguished speakers very kindly participating to our session. I thank very much all of you for your very kind attention. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Ortiz. The floor now is to Lian Pan. As for the French delegation and the following speakers, please take into account the time stress that we have, and we have to finish on time, so please keep to the time. Thank you. You have the floor. Thank you.
Dear MPs, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to be here with you to introduce, to represent the French delegation. I would like to thank the organizers for the quality of this forum. I will be very short. I have worked in the sector of energy, and notably nuclear energy. What is at stake for energy transition is very important to me. It is part of my training, and today I'm convinced that it is necessary to undertake research and to consume as little as possible. I've worked also in the demand for energy and the energy efficiency to be informed on future projects. It is an experience in the nuclear domain that made it possible for me to work with energy producers in Europe. Today we are aware that there is an energy crisis linked to the geopolitical crisis. A secure supply of energy is new for France, where we have to think about our energy autonomy. In the framework of the law, we have required that our major energy producers work on a roadmap for the energy security. There are 5 important sectors that are the major consumers that have to show how you have to how to use sparingly the energy. We are the decisions of states that will make it possible to put in place a sobriety policy that covers essential needs such as health, education, and so on. The Mediterranean Gulf countries have exceptional resources to produce energy, notably sun and wind. That will be opportunities. As well, there are supplies in gas that can be a lever to energy autonomy. It can be exploited only if we collectively cooperate in the Mediterranean Gulf area. We need to cooperate in order to connect our means of production, exploitation, and distribution. A general solidarity is necessary. We do not all have the same means. However, we will we will assist one another, and we always have something to share. I am available of this assembly to be a reporter on these energy stakes. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. The floor now to Liam Barton, Chairman of the World Bank and IMF Parliamentary Forum.
Well, Chairman, to my colleagues in the Moroccan Parliament and to friends across this conference, it's a real pleasure to be here today, and let me join in sending my congratulations to the organizers of this conference. I have never been to a conference before where you've organized for your national football team to win on the eve of conference. I hope it is a precedent that is set for all of us. So congratulations to Morocco. As I left London before dawn this morning, the Moroccan community in London was partying hard, and I think they will still be partying by the time I get home tomorrow. I just want to share 3 thoughts about the crisis that we face, about the roadmap ahead, and about some of the opportunities that now lie before us, with some ideas for how, between now and the annual meetings of the IMF and the World Bank, which will be held here in Marrakesh next year, your forum, your platform, can potentially make important progress. So it's my honor to chair a global network of 2,000 parliamentarians in 140 countries. For those of you who are in Parliament who have not yet joined, I invite you to join this afternoon. But the most striking conversations that I have heard this year are from those parliamentarians in Africa who say, we can no longer predict the seasons. And for generations where the sun and the rain brought life, now they bring death. The sun, it burns now so hot, it brings death. The rains, when they fall with such force that they wipe out infrastructure, they wipe out lives, they wipe out livelihoods. Think about the droughts that we've had in Europe, in China, in the Horn of Africa. Think about the floods that we've had in Pakistan. For generations now, for as long as we've known as human beings, the sun and rain have brought life. And now for generations around the world, they bring death. But the truth is, if you're in politics today, it's hard to think about how we tackle some of the long-term crises when we face such big problems with the crisis of what we call food, fragility, and finance. We think now that by 2030, 670 million people will still be hungry. That's the time we said that we would end world hunger. But today, 1.8 billion people can't afford enough to eat well. 11 million people die each day because they can't afford the nutrition that they need. I think about the crisis of fragility. The number of people now, the number of people that we serve living in conflict areas has doubled in the last 20 years. 39 members of the World Bank Group now have open conflict. 1 in 5 people in this region now live in a state of conflict. And think about the crisis of finance. After all of the challenges of COVID, after rising interest rates, we now have something like 60% of low-income countries on the brink of a debt crisis. So this challenge of food and fragility in finance dominates the work of many of us. But all of these problems will get worse unless we take action on climate finance. Because unless we take action to tackle climate change, the crisis of food and fragility in finance will simply get much worse. What we have now, however, is we do now have better roadmaps for action. This year, we have seen the World Bank begin publishing the climate change disclosure reports, country by country by country, now setting out what are the steps that are needed in order to bring down carbon emissions and keep alive the prospect of 1.5 degrees. But the bad news is those reports also reveal the sheer scale of how much investment is needed. But there's a truth behind the numbers, because it is now more expensive to do nothing than it is to take steps to stop climate change. In fact, the bank now estimates that the cost of climate change over the next 50 years will be $178 trillion if we do nothing. So it's actually more cost-effective for us to invest to stop climate change than it is to stand by and do nothing. Now, for many of those countries that have got reports now issued, 29 have been issued, more are on the way. The challenge of climate finance is enormous. If you're in Bangladesh, or if you're in Nepal, or if you're a member of the G5 in countries like Mali, the scale of climate finance needed is much, much greater than the resources that you might have available. And if you think about what the World Bank issued last year, something like $32 billion, that's only a tenth of the money that is now needed each and every year. We now think $380 billion of climate finance is going to be needed each and every year until we get this problem fixed. So we have to radically increase the amount of money that we're mobilizing for climate finance, and that's why this initiative that we mark today is so important. So the final point that I wanted to leave you with are 3 challenges for you over the course of the next year, between now and the annual meetings of the World Bank and IMF in Marrakesh next year. 3 significant opportunities to transform the availability of climate finance. First, let's think about how we use the special drawing rights we issued to the world community last year. Last year, we issued $650 billion of special drawing rights. Most of that money goes to advanced economies. And that's why the G20 said we should on-lend $100 billion back to countries that need it most. The IMF's new Resilience and Sustainability Trust that channels this money has now struck its first deals with countries like Costa Rica, Rwanda. Many more are on the way. Barbados is another example. This creates huge, important headroom for countries to make the climate change investments that they need. But you know, we've only put together $20 billion of the special drawing rights that we promised. We promised $100 billion, we're up to $20 billion. So the first question, the first challenge I have to you is how, for richer countries in your group, how can we increase the pressure for you to on-lend the special drawing rights you don't need to help those countries that need urgent action now? Opportunity number 2 is an initiative kicked off in March at the G20, where we said, look, let's look at the balance sheets of the multilateral banks. Because the truth is that if we did things differently, we could unlock hundreds of billions. This is an initiative that Secretary Yellen has taken. It's now got to be taken forward under India's leadership of the G20 over the course of the year. But how will you put pressure on the G20 to get the deal done, to unlock new balance sheet capacity for the multilateral development banks? How will we get that in place between now and next September? But opportunity number 3, and this is why your partnership between PAM and the Gulf Cooperation Council is so important. How do you together build one of the most important public-private partnerships this century. The truth is that even if we did the right thing on special drawing rights, even if we did the right thing on multilateral development banks, we would still be mobilizing billions when what is needed is trillions. Well, think about the nearly $4 trillion in sovereign wealth funds in the Gulf alone. How can that money come together to leverage in private sector investment on a scale that we've never seen before? I encourage you to think hard about how you can create a platform together to explore that question. How, together with the multilateral development banks, together with the IMF, together with private sector investors, can you create a financing pool that is able to finance and transform financing for climate finance? I've traveled here today from my home city of Birmingham in the Midlands. It was there that 3 centuries ago, a man called Thomas Newcomen, just a few miles from where I live, gave the first demonstration of the first workable steam engine. It was 3 centuries ago that we started the carbon revolution. The challenge for this generation is to now lead the zero carbon revolution, and it is inspiring to see you step up to the challenge, and I look forward to your deliberations and your report back at the annual meetings next year. Thank you so much.
Merci, honorable Bern. Maintenant, la parole est à Madame Zelska Sarisi.
Madame Zelka Sarisi, I'm sorry for the pronunciation.
Madame Zelska est directrice du programme.
She's director for Priority Action Program for. Merci.
Participants, ladies and gentlemen, let me thank the organizers for the invitation, and also to convey greetings of Mrs. Tatiana Hema, UNEP-MAP coordinator, who was unfortunately unable to attend today, and she has asked me to say a couple of words on why and how we deal with energy and climate issues within UNEP-MAP, which is the Secretariat of the Barcelona Convention for the Protection of the Mediterranean Sea and Coast. Let's start with some figures and facts coming from several important reports. First of all, MEDEC, the Mediterranean Panel of Experts on Climate Change, published a report on 2020 stating that the Mediterranean region is warming 20% faster than the rest of the globe. Annual mean temperature across the Mediterranean are 1.5 higher than during the pre-industrial period. And this causes several environmental consequences: sea level rise, erosion of our coasts, droughts and lack of water, loss of biodiversity, threats to health of humans, and also food insecurity, and many, many other. There is another report on state of environment and development published in 2020 by UNEP-MAP that states that the energy in the region is dependent on fossil fuel, and it will continue to be like that. And according to the scenario made within this report, even in the most optimistic option, the energy consumption will rise for 17%. On the other side, there is the IPCC report that says that we need to reduce the consumption, we need to reduce the consumption of fossil fuels if we want to reduce the rise of temperature by 11, 4, or 3% respectively, depending on the scenario. So there is a discrepancy between the figures coming from the two reports, and it is obvious that there is a need to do something to bring them closer. We also know from these reports that transport is the highest energy consuming sector in the Mediterranean, and in this 70% goes for the road transport, but also aviation is responsible for many pressures on climate, especially now that after the COVID period, tourism sector is growing again, so we can expect again some growing figures in this sense. So it is obvious that there is an urgency to find some alternative sources of energy production, but also to change our pattern on of consuming the energy. In the Barcelona Convention system, we have several legal and strategic instruments that we have adopted, that the Mediterranean countries, 21 Mediterranean countries and European Commissions, which are all parties to the Barcelona Convention, have adopted to deal with energy and also with many other sustainable development goal issues. First of all is the Mediterranean Strategy for Sustainable Development, to which PAM is a member. Then we have several legal instruments, which are, first of all, the Barcelona Convention itself, and then its protocols, especially the protocol on integrated coastal zone management, the offshore protocol, and also the conceptual framework for marine spatial planning. Let me say a couple of words about the last two ones, because it is obvious that offshore wind energy is becoming a very important alternative source of energy production, but in the Barcelona Convention system, we really want to see it developed in line with ecological objectives, in line with the objectives of reaching or keeping good environmental status of our sea and coast. And this goes not only for the planning phase, where locations should be done according to the ecosystem-based management, but also it goes for the construction, transportation, and also decommissioning phases, which have to be done in line with high environmental standards. So this is something that is really in the heart of our work now. How to do the zoning for this kind of energy production, not to clash with other maritime activities, and also not to clash with ecological objectives for our region. But there are some other solutions that can help us reducing the energy need, but also reducing the impact on climate. First of all, we call them green options or nature-based solutions. First of all, try to make our cities greener. Plant trees everywhere, because you know that green shields will reduce the heat waves in your cities, and also will reduce the energy need for air conditioning. Plant trees everywhere, on your roofs, on your parking plots, absolutely everywhere you can, especially in the coastal zone, which is requested by our ICZM Integrated Coastal Zone Management Protocol. It says that a 100-meter setback should be left as an open space to be used by all the people. So these are really something very simple at the first sight options, but very important for the energy consumption and also climate issues. Then also reclaim space for citizens. Reduce the number of cars, because we know that space used by cars, individual cars, is much bigger, much more important than if we go for alternative means of transportation, or if we use public transportation. So this is another very important option that we propose to our countries to do. Go for any kind of green infrastructure that can reduce energy consumption, produce cleaner energy, and also reduce impact to climate change. And finally, because we are in Morocco, I just want to share this information with you. today and tomorrow is in Tanger, taking place a workshop during which we shall support the region of Tanger, Tétouan, Al Hoceima to produce their coastal plan, or as they call it in their national legislation, Schéma Régional du Littoral. My center and UNEP-WAC, we assist the region to produce this plan with the funds mobilized by UNEP's Global Environmental Fund, and we shall be treating these issues of energy, of climate, and many other important priority issues for the region in an integrated and participative way to find sustainable solutions for this really beautiful region of the Mediterranean. So that would be all. Thank you very much, and questions are welcome.
Merci, Madame, et merci.
Thank you, Madam, and thank you for recalling these very basic things which can contribute indeed to alleviate problems of energy. The floor is now to the Mrs. which I hope I'm pronouncing correctly, who is head of the Green Deal of the European Energy Community. Yes.
Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here and have opportunity to present the perspective of organization that I'm representing, Energy Community, and of course an equal honor also to contribute to the very important discussion today and fundamental questions that we have to answer. And in that light, I would like to, through my presentation, to guide you through in a more operational, practical way how we do work, and against the backdrop of key challenges and potential synergies between my organization and organizations which are present in the region, to propose some conclusions. The first immediate one that I already have, I think it would be very good, and from our side I think it is a point to be made that Energy Community is very much strongly willing to contribute to the discussion of building a broader energy community of the Euro-Mediterranean region, and this is something that definitely will be a part of our collaboration. So what is, very quickly, what is Energy Community? Energy Community is an international organization which has almost 20 years of experience in bringing European Union's law into European Union's closest neighborhood in the East and Southeast Europe. So the basic design of our organization is that we are pretty much an implementer, an institution that is following the EU rules and is ensuring that assistance is provided to our partners in reforming their legislation and policies in line with EU energy, environment and climate policies. So if you look at the map, so we move a bit more into the north east to the Adriatic coast, to the Black Sea basin. So we have 6 Western Balkan countries as our members and 3 Eastern countries, of course, most prominently now Ukraine, our biggest member, but also Moldova and Georgia. And European Union is a founding, I would say, a party to this organization. And we very much collaborate with European Commission. What are the key objectives of our work? This is to ensure a stable regulatory framework, and this is something of utmost importance, of course, when we discuss the necessity of attracting investments, of creating a transparent, predictable legislative and regulatory framework in the region. The idea is to integrate electricity, gas markets with the EU, but also with third countries. Another key important element, of course, is to align our measures and policies in the field of security of supply with the EU policies, and to improve the environment via the EU legislation in the field of environmental protection, and ensure that decarbonization based on the massive deployment of renewable energy and energy efficiency in the region. A quick glance at our institutional setting. We have a ministerial council which meets every year, and what I would like to note that we do have also a parliamentary plenum which is comprised of members of parliaments of our contracting parties and members of the European Parliament, and that is based on the regular exchange and advice provided to the decision-making body of our institution. So basically, I would say that there are two main challenges, of course, that have to be underlined here. One is very much a DNA of our organization, is a market integration, and our organization grew on that key pillar of our work through consecutive liberalization packages that have been transposed in our member states. But now, equally important, of course, pillar which is interlinked with market integration is how to ensure energy transition, how to ensure that the market integration is based on a market design that is promoting the green energy, that is promoting energy efficiency at all levels. And this is, of course, formulating the key objective of the European Union that our contracting parties are subscribing to, which is the European Green Deal. Challenges. So, of course, neither European energy market, neither European Green Deal, nor energy community was designed for the times of war. And as our key and the biggest member is in war, of course, the key challenge in the region, key challenge for our institution organization is to provide support for Ukraine, but also to move a bit and think a bit broader towards what to do later on, how to ensure that there is a decarbonization exit pathway already worked on so as to ensure the green rebuilding of the country. This, of course, brings us to the question of how energy crisis, how war did reprogram, how does it influence the energy and climate policies and discussion about that. First and foremost, I think the key conclusion would be that security of supply has a measurable cost, and this cost is, of course, has to be paid ultimately by all of us, by consumers. That brings us to the second very important element of this energy and climate policy trilemma, which is ensuring affordability. This is a key question, especially in the short-term perspective, when looking, for example, at our Western Balkan region. The ensuring liquidity and resilience of the system is of most importance. That, at the same time, is disturbing the nexus between these two objectives and decarbonization, because ensuring short-term measures very much cannot be at cost of the mid- and long-term decarbonization goals. And in that context, energy community is, together with the European Union, very much focusing on offsetting this short-term resilience liquidity with strengthening mid- and long-term planning in the field of decarbonization. This brings me to the final point, which points to the potential synergies between our organization, our institutions, and those who are present and active in the Mediterranean region. First, policy dialogue, and I think discussing issues concerning the role of decarbonization, the most importantly from our perspective, energy and climate governance at the national and regional level is something that we could definitely share with. Second issue, which is very widely, of course, discussed today, the promotion of renewables and energy efficiency, and ensuring regulatory framework for that purpose, but also financial instruments. Something that is also very much of importance is the issue of carbon price, an issue of carbon and collaboration between us and between other countries, which would be subject to carbon border adjustment mechanism. An instrument by the European Union is something also crucial. Just an SDG transition, so social inclusivity, ensuring that there are no winners and losers leaving that crisis is something that is also very much prominent at the level of COP. And finally, pointing to existing institutional collaboration, I already mentioned the role of Parliamentary Assembly of the Energy Community, but also I would like to stress the issue of regional regulatory collaboration. We do have already instruments for that, for collaborating with MEDREC, who's going to speak here today. And here I would like to stop and thank you very much once again for having us today. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor now is to the representative of MEDREC, Mr. Hassan Olkok.
Excellencies, honorable delegates, distinguished participants, I also greet you on behalf of Mediterranean Energy Regulators President and also the President of National Electricity Regulatory Authority of Morocco, ANRE, Mr. Abdulatif Bardash. Unfortunately, he couldn't make it to be with us today. As majority of you, I also watched the game of yesterday between Morocco and Spain. And Morocco won because they did not only play with their hearts, they also played with a team spirit until the last minutes. That's why they received this victory yesterday. I believe that if they play with the same team spirit, they can play the final game as well. MEDREC was established 15 years ago, and one of the initiators of our association is President Alexander Ortiz, and then he rightly deserves a big applaud creating these important associations. MEDREC promotes a harmonized, a coherent, transparent, and non-discriminatory regulatory framework with a view to establishing a stable, sustainable, and also the competitive Mediterranean energy market. In this respect, we made great progress since last 15 years. Except 2 countries, the rest of our members have their independent regulators, and we work together. We exchange our views, we exchange our practices, we exchange our experiences towards one single direction to create an integrated, interoperated, and competitive and functioning Mediterranean energy market. Mr. Ortiz has already underlined our ultimate goal towards to create a Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf energy community in our region. And the progress is significant, but if you do not play like the Moroccan team, we cannot achieve that. We should, as only regulators, of course, a common regulatory framework can promote the investment, can enhance the security of supply, but regulators themselves cannot achieve the ultimate goals. We have to work with policymakers, with international financial institutions, industry and consumers groups together for a functioning, integrated and interoperated Mediterranean energy market. Thank you.
Mr. Ahmed Tuhami, member of the National Agency for Regulatory Work.
Excellencies, honorable audience, ladies and gentlemen, for me it is an honor, and for the National Electricity Regulatory Authority, to be here at this high-level forum on behalf of ANRE, and you will understand why. MEDREG, as Hassan mentioned, is an association of regulators of the two sides of the Mediterranean that comprehends 27 regulators of electricity in 22 countries of the Mediterranean. First of all, I would like to thank the Chamber of Councillors and the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean for the exceptional quality of the organization, and also for the timeliness for the objective and the choice of Marrakesh as a venue. Marrakesh is an universal world heritage and is a worthy venue. Marrakesh has already hosted in 2016 COP22. The city also hosted last June the 22nd General Meeting of MEDREG, a third meeting that will be followed by the 34th in Cairo on the 1st of December 2020, where the ANRE of Morocco was chosen as the president in the person of Abdelatif Berhaj. The election has a symbolic value of recognition of the progress made by Morocco in the domain of renewable energy and the encouragement of the vision of His Majesty King Mohammed VI on energy transition. Honorable delegates, the theme of energy crisis that encourages the growth is a problem that has always held the attention of MEDREG. In Marrakesh, MEDREG has held on 21 to 23 June 22 at the initiative of ANRE a conference in order to debate the new challenges in the Mediterranean after COVID concerning the crisis, governmental crisis, and the environmental geostrategy, and the means to strengthen the energy synergy regionally. The increase of oil, natural gas, and coal that weighed heavily on the electricity had a sustained impact on households, companies, and the states and the governments of the different countries. All these stakeholders, economic, political, academics, and civil society, have to act in a concerted manner and in a complementary way to fight the effects of this crisis, as was pointed out in COP27 that was held last month in Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt. It is true that any crisis creates opportunities that will face the bad effects. The current crisis has increased the emergency of energy transition towards renewable energy in the mix of renewable energies. There is a considerable impetus to go towards the emergence of new energy systems and a competitive decarbonated energy that will safeguard the rights of future generations. Even traditional energies such as natural gas will continue to play in the future an important role and will make it possible to bridge the oil crisis as we know it now. Honorable delegates, the objectives, its strategy and emergency makes it possible for MEDREG to play a major role in the success of the energy transition, together with actions of international instances such as the International Energy Agency. The objective of the new team at MEDREG, presided over by ANRE and its president, Mr. Bargaj, is to accelerate the emergence of an integrated Euro-Mediterranean market that regulates the consumption of electricity, and in particular in the southern and the west and the east Mediterranean countries. That means that there needs to be mobilization of investment in the means of production and transport networks, including interconnections, in order to create possibility for renewable energy transition. Investments needed for energy transition can only take place if the investment and business environment is favorable. And that's where the regulators have a vital role to play, to guarantee the existence of transparent markets with technical and economic conditions that are transparent in the region is part of the mission of MEDREG in the perspective of an integrated market that is attractive for investors. In addition to investments in transport, interconnection and distribution of different sources of energy, it is important to make a commitment in the efforts of for digitalization and the acceleration of electricity mobilization, electricity storage, green hydrogen, and the efficiency of electricity. A lot remains to be done to achieve these projects. The objective of MEDREG since 2018 is to make available for the consumer, for the final consumer, clean energy that is reliable and In addition, MEDREG is optimistic. Mediterranean has always been a melting pot of civilization that was an example for the entire world. They are able to assure the interconnections between Europe, the Middle East, Africa, through the interconnections. And also through the West African power and the continental gas distribution. Indeed, ANRE has attracted cooperation and experiences of the regulators of MADREG, and therefore ANRE has been able to accelerate electric transition, and has been able to achieve the important projects, notably the respect of international standards based on the experience of Mediterranean regulators. This will also lead to tarification, and I can tell you that finally the cooperation between ANRE and MADREG, of which ANRE has now the presidency, is a testimony to the exemplary cooperation between MADREG and ANRE. If the Mediterranean has always been a meeting place for civilizations, it could also be the place for interconnections between Europe, Africa, the Mediterranean, and the Middle East countries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ahmed. I give now the floor to Mr. Asad Saab, Senior Advisor of OME. Thank you, Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends and colleagues. It is a pleasure for me to address you and to thank the Kingdom of Morocco and the Chamber of Councillors of the Kingdom of Morocco and the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean for organizing this very useful conference. I speak on behalf of OME and its General Director, Mrs. Houda Benjane, pointing out that OMA is a center of analysis and on the energy sector in the Mediterranean. And this observatory groups 20 companies of energy from the north, south, and east of the Mediterranean. Today, we would like to share with you the main results and lessons learned from the Flexi report of OME on the energy perspectives in the Mediterranean. What we learned is the result of an approach that is similar to the International Energy Agency, with data from countries and companies that are members of OME. It is a private-public cooperation. Two scenarios were developed. One is for reference, and the other scenario aims at carbon neutrality in 2050. This latest scenario was financed by the European Commission. The results were presented last month in Sharm el-Sheikh and are available on the OME website, ome.org, and you can have a look at them as from mid-December. Let me remind you of a number of main elements and I would like to share with you 3 main messages derived from this, what has been done. The demand for energy increased by 43% since the 90s and will increase by 31% by 2050. The challenge is how to obtain carbon neutrality with an increase expected from the south and from a population that is going to increase by 120 million inhabitants. It is not just a question of reducing demand, but also to review the energy mix. The fossil fuels today represent 76%. The change of the energy mix will take place through the electrification, where electricity will be 56% of the final consumption, whereas currently it is 22%. So the margin is extremely important. The renewables, as this was said several times today, represent 12% of energy demand in the Mediterranean, and fossil fuels add up to 71%. In a scenario of carbon neutrality in 2050, we should reach 57% of renewables, 17% nuclear, and 26% fossil fuels. You should also mention the contrast between North and South in terms of energy mix. You must know that fossil fuels represent 65% of the needs in the North and 92% of the needs of the South. Renewables are about 15% in the North Mediterranean, and in the South, 8%. In 2030, fossil fuels will also present 80% in the South due to the inertia of the industrial and transport sectors, where modification will require several years. In 2050, nuclear energy aims to represent 11% in the southern Mediterranean, where the main countries are Egypt, Turkey, Jordan, and Morocco. And as to gas, it will be important still. It will be about 12% in the North Mediterranean and 32% in the South Mediterranean. And the last point on the context is the need to reduce CO2 emissions. What we are aiming at is dividing it by 9 to 10, which represents a challenge, a major challenge. This reduction means that energy efficiency and renewables will be 50%. The three main messages I would like to share with you concerning energy dependence is that the Mediterranean, as we heard here, is experiencing several crises, and there is a high level of dependency on fossil energies. The crisis is not just European, but also the South Mediterranean is strongly impacted. Jordan and Lebanon depend up to 92% from fossil energies. The current trend is an increase of 25% by 2050. Carbon neutrality can offer opportunities through North-South cooperation on cooperation on renewable projects in the domain of wind and solar energy. And secondly, the need for investment. Carbon neutrality in 2050 will require 6,700 billion euros. Half of that will be taken in charge by the South. This is about 2,080 billion every year. What we will be aiming at is energy efficiency. The electricity sector will require 40% of this investment, and 70% of that 40% will be for renewables and 11% for nuclear energy. The private international funds is essential. You were reminded of that. And the result is that we have the strong idea issues from these studies. The second message is that it is necessary to strengthen strategic North-South cooperation. Several domains of cooperation are aimed at. We will also have to improve and accelerate decarbonation, invest in digital research, hydrogen, CCS, smart networks, biofuels, and others. We are faced with a major challenge in terms of cooperation. Europe, through the Europe Green Deal, has made a first step, which is very important. And what we need now is to take things forward for the entire Mediterranean region. And I must say that I am sharing 100% what Mr. Narbo said. The initiative to create research centers for North-South cooperation, where research and innovation will be the engine to achieve the objectives of carbon neutrality. Thank you for your attention.
Merci, Monsieur Assad.
Thank you, Mr. Assad. Thank you for sharing with us all these figures. And some of them are really very, very surprising in terms of volume. And therefore, there is a major effort to be made, both at financial and also in terms of research. Your figures also show that the fossil fuels that we would like to prohibit are here to stay for a long time. I will now give the floor to Professor Carlo Crea, representing the World Energy Council from Italy. So you have the floor.
Of the WEC Italian Committee, let me thank PAM for the invitation to attend to this important forum, as testified by the morning and afternoon sessions, as well as this honorable and distinguished audience. For those of you that don't know yet World Energy Council, just a few words of introduction. The World Energy Council is the world leading member-based energy network and the only global and impartial energy organization. Since 1923, the Council has been engaging energy leaders all over the world to meet all energy system challenges. 100 years from the time of the World Energy Council's creation, our focus on delivering energy for peace, people and planet is more relevant than ever. At the core of our approach is the humanizing energy vision, an agenda of impact that connects more energy for sustainable development and climate change management through collaborative innovation, which is not only about new technologies, but promotes system-wide collaboration to unlock exponential growth opportunities and successfully manage energy transition at all scales. The true strength of World Energy Council comes from its network of over 3,000 members organizations in around 90 countries. Now, going to our position concerning the Mediterranean region, there is a need for strengthening cross-regional collaboration in Mediterranean. The Mediterranean region is at the crossroad of 3 continents, that has been already said today, and is a unique area with highly diverse energy systems and situations, but also significant economic, geopolitical, social, and cultural ties and interdependencies. In over a dozen countries across the Mediterranean region, national member committees of the World Energy Council currently exist. It is of overarching importance today, while we are facing at a global level the energy transition, that in Mediterranean area requires a new reinforced energy dialogue, cooperation and coordination. We have to consider that, first, electricity from renewable energy sources could not ensure the complete decarbonization of the energy system by itself soon, but an interplay with other hydrogen and gas, both natural gas, synthetic gas, biogas, will be necessary. So there is a need to increase cooperation at the legislative, industrial, and financial level, as already said. Second, the composition of the mix in each country is, however, influenced by several factors and should reflect needs of the industrial players, and must be, and it's necessary to consider the socio-economic peculiarities in each country. So there is a need to prepare, to agree on a coordinated ad hoc policies on the three shores. Third, each country has to identify its priorities with reference to the three attributes already mentioned: security, affordability, sustainability, difficult to be maximized at the same time, since they can be conflicting, they can be consistent or conflicting each other. So we have to remove the possible barriers and the need to have a strategical, political, and investment choices for being effective in the region. Looking at the energy industry in particular, we have to consider that a Mediterranean strategy can bring important benefits. In this multi-commodity framework, the possibility to transport large amount of energy through different energy vectors allows for exploiting existing infrastructure and to diversify the energy flows and routes among the three regions: Africa, Middle East, Europe, as well as Gulf countries. So we have to consider the significant benefits in terms of energy security, and also even facing with the cyber security, one of the issues that we are tackling this very last period. From the industrial perspective, second, from the industrial perspective, the presence of a well-established, even though young, industrial sector related to renewable energy generation and exploitation, as well as hydrogen production, together with the knowledge and transfer area, could represent a flywheel for the whole Mediterranean region. So what we expect is this to start a real chain in terms of industrial approach on all the possibility, going through the hydrogen, beginning with the renewable energy, starting by the renewable energy generation. However, a collaborative approach and collaborative industrial dialogue among the three shores, so course based on the overarching political one, may help the Mediterranean country industries to find a stronger positioning in the global market and to enhance their competitiveness. In that respect, the World Energy Council launched the Mediterranean Cross-Regional Initiative that is co-developed by the Italian committee together with the chairs, the vice chairs of the three regions, and the Global Secretariat in London, and was launched to guide this process. Just to go to the conclusion, in conclusion, first, The cross-regional initiative I mentioned right now is focusing on the current Euro-Mediterranean energy transition trends and needed pathways for countries in the region to next, and we are going to also to have this Mediterranean Academy that I will speak a little bit later. And needed pathways for countries in the region to launch a structured regional cooperation on a sustainable Mediterranean and Gulf energy transition plan. Second, concerning the cooperation and enhanced cooperation among institutions, the association, and we here have present MEDREG, WEC, ourselves, OME, MED-TSO, etc., and the university, I would like to say to PAM that the Mediterranean Energy Academy will invite the Parliamentary Assembly Mediterranean to next meeting in Naples, and we'll ask also to the PAM if it's possible to have the organized next year the forum in Naples together with this with the Mediterranean Energy Academy. And also, of course, the cooperation must include the IFIs. And this is a precondition to face the common challenges of UN system development goals. Third and last, but of course not least, the WEC confirms in the scheme of this cooperation and reinforce and enhance coordination, we confirm our support to the PAM panel on trade and investment, as well as the proposed objectives of the Euro-Mediterranean and Gulf energy community, and is ready to contribute with both of them in order to achieve the common goals for the development of the energy cooperation in our area. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Mr. Angelo Ferrante, Secretary General of METSO.
Distinguished speakers and chairman, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I would like to thank the House of the Councillors of Morocco and also the Parliamentary Assembly of the Mediterranean for this invitation that allows me to make some considerations on this important topic from the perspective of MED-TSO, which is the Association of the Mediterranean Transmission System Operators for Electricity. We have been set up, the association has been set up just 10 years ago. We are celebrating the anniversary in these days as a platform for multilateral cooperation. So let's say that it is in the DNA of our association to promote the cooperation among the different countries in the Mediterranean. Let's say that what we have in front of us is for sure the challenge for the future is carbon neutrality. And energy transition is probably the only possibility we have to achieve a sustainable growth while tackling the issues of climate changes. What are the drivers of energy transition? For sure, energy efficiency comes on first. But the second key driver is electrification. This not only for the direct electrification of sectors that currently are not electrified yet, but also for its role in promoting the indirect electrification of those sectors that are called hard to abate, where electrification can support the development of green molecules, green hydrogen through the sector coupling power to X or power to gas, as it is often called. So in this context, the system of the future is based on three key elements: carbon neutral energy sources, and everybody knows the importance of developing renewables to achieve the energy transition. Flexibility resources, that is something that's forgotten by the non-TSOs, because the management of renewables implies the huge development of flexibility, means that allow to integrate renewables, taking into account their variability, demand-side response, electric vehicles, but on first storage, and the grid. The grid, that's the backbone that connects the renewable energy sources, the flexibility resources. So the electricity infrastructure, for sure, is the backbone of decarbonization, is the key element that has to be developed to have a net zero carbon society in the future. If we look at the Mediterranean context, as it was already mentioned by one of the previous speakers, the Mediterranean region is currently warming 20% faster than the world average. All the countries are involved in the energy transition. They have signed the COP21, the Paris Agreement. And from the last COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, it has come out a growing commitment of the MENA countries to global climate action. This calls for investments, huge investments in gas in the medium terms and in renewables. So the TSOs are called to adapt to this new context. The system operation becomes much more complex than it was in the past, and there is a need of flexibility, as I already mentioned, to integrate renewables. What are the challenges? Is that currently there is a limited or non-efficient use of existing interconnections. There is an unstable environment for investors that's related to market fragmentation, regulation asymmetries, and the lack of long-term price signals, and also to the need for many countries to balance the climate engagement with the current fossil fuels overdependence. So integration is no longer an option, but a real need, because it can allow to reduce market fragmentation and to share balancing resources, as well as taking profit of the complementarities that exist among the different countries. Integration is based basically on two pillars. From one side, you need interconnections. That's the hardware, and the need to develop especially the transmission, but also the distribution grid. The other pillar is the rules, to define a set of rules and technical conditions that allow the interoperability of the national power system. This is what we are trying to do as METSO, to promote both the development of the hardware and to define common ground rules, that's the software. But this is, let's say, the technical part of the picture. There are other barriers that have to be tackled, and I think that now, as probably never in the recent times, also because of the international crisis, the Mediterranean is at the heart of the discussion on energy. So it is probably the right time to take momentum and try to accelerate the process of integration. On the institutional side, the association working in the Mediterranean, I think, show a good example of cooperation, because we have strong ties among us with MEDREG, with many other associations in the Mediterranean. Very recently, at the end of November, we assigned a protocol of cooperation in Algiers with COMELEC, that's the Maghreb Committee for Electricity, with OME, the Mediterranean Observatory for Energy, with MEDENER, which is the association of the agencies for energy efficiency in the Mediterranean, and hopefully in the next weeks we will be able to sign also with MEDREG this cooperation agreement that launches a series of initiatives to increase the synergies among the associations in the Mediterranean. One of the main outcomes we expect as METSO from this cooperation is to give a bigger impulse to the launch of pilot projects in the Mediterranean, which are part of our action plan. We have identified two possible projects, one in the eastern part of the Mediterranean and one in the western part, to set up a trading platform that is aimed at increasing the electricity exchanges among the countries, and in particular the cooperation with Comelec in the Maghreb region is fundamental to give momentum to this initiative. But let's say that other than the institutional barrier, financial barriers are important, have been highlighted by many speakers. The MENA region suffers a lack of appropriate remuneration schemes, and what happens is that many projects that we have assessed, for instance, in our analysis, have a commercial viability but suffer of financial gaps because in many cases because of the reluctance of investors and also because in many cases of the financial weakness of the countries. And especially in the case of the financial weakness of the countries, it is important. The role of the international financial institution would be essential for filling the gap together with the European Union, but also with many other actors, also in promoting, in boosting investments in projects that are not specifically market-driven, but that may have externalities that sometimes with the current analysis are difficult to collect. Final point I would like to mention, the role of policy and regulation. It is sometimes defined as a kind of chicken and egg problem because the lack of a sound framework determines a lack of investments, but vice versa, the lack of investments slows down the sense of urgency to make the appropriate reforms. And this implies also, again, an impact on the investments. So in order to break this loop, we think that it's essential to develop tools that facilitate the development of the grids, because the development of the grids is a long-term capital-intensive investment. It takes much more time than all the other investments in the value chain of the electricity sector. So starting from the grids, we may have, let's say, the catalyst action to promote an effective integration and facilitate the investments. I would have wanted to finish this speech giving, let's say, an official information on the funding by the European Commission of the interconnection between Italy and Tunisia in the frame of the Connecting Europe facility. Unfortunately, this news is not official yet, and so I cannot give you this information, but I'm sure that if this project would be supported as it is expected, it will be a real game changer for the region because it will for sure drive the process of integrating the two shores in the Mediterranean way in a most effective way. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. I would like just to remind you that MEDSO, just like MEDREG, are partners of MAP and have been so for years. Talking about the Mediterranean network, which was a big wish for us as part of the cooperation with MEDSO is concerned. If things work well in the north, where the network is operating just fine, in the south, it doesn't seem to be working, but it's there. We are facing some shortages, not electricity shortages or problems, but we are having problems just making sure that these interconnections are working properly. Talking in particular about north-south interconnections, we were considering the creation of an integrated network that brings together all of the Mediterranean, and given the time zones and the time differences between the east and west of the Mediterranean, there is a big problem. And the major problem with electricity is impacted by this. And when we have an integrated system, it's beneficial to the entire region. I would like to inform you in this regard, or rather to support and laud the mega project launched by His Majesty King Mohammed VI and the President of Nigeria, and which is supported by the presidents or heads of states of 14 African countries. I'm talking about the gas pipeline that will come from Nigeria all the way to Morocco, and that in a later stage will cross the 14 kilometers separating Morocco, and therefore bringing gas to Europe as well. There is another mega project that I would like to point out, and that is this transport project of green energy from the southern Moroccan provinces to the UK. This will be the longest energy cable, I think more than 3,000 kilometers. So this is a huge project that will be implemented very soon. The one before the last speaker is Professor Silvana Bartoletto, who is a university professor at Parliamentary University in Naples.
It's a pleasure for me. One moment, the PowerPoint. Okay. The PowerPoint. Okay, thank you. It's a pleasure for me to participate to this important economic forum. I am very grateful to the House of Councillors and to the PAM. The energy balance of the Mediterranean region. The energy balance of the Mediterranean region is dominated by fossil fuels, which make up 75% of total primary consumption. Oil remains the main energy source, with a 35% share of the total, even though over the years its consumption has decreased in both absolute and relative terms. Natural gas is the second most important energy source. Its consumption grew very rapidly in the Mediterranean region. Despite the extensive debate on climate change, renewable energy represents only 13% of total consumption. The Mediterranean region plays a strategic role in energy due to the presence of important energy-producing countries, such as Algeria, Egypt, and Libya, which have large reserves of oil and gas. In addition, the discovery of important gas fields in the Eastern Mediterranean contributes to the increasing strategic role of the region. Despite the growth in gas production, a large part of demand is met by imports. There is a narrowing divide between European countries and North African and Middle Eastern countries. Inspection of the figure shows that the Gini index, calculated on per capita energy consumption of each Mediterranean countries, has decreased over time. The reduction of the gap concerns not only total energy consumption, but also per capita energy consumption. It may be argued that the growth in total consumption in North African and Middle Eastern countries is not only due to population growth, but also to an increase in per capita consumption. In the Mediterranean region, the problem of energy security is particularly severe because a large increase in energy demand is expected both for Europe, North Africa, and Middle Eastern countries. The war in Ukraine and the reduction in production and exports from Libya raised the problem of energy dependency to the top of a political agenda. In securing energy supplies, interactions between exporters, importers, producers, and consumers are of key importance, as are regional equilibria among producers. For countries that have a high level of energy dependency, a key aspect of energy policy is to diversify the energy mix and the geography of energy supplies, to avoid being overly dependent on one energy source and one country. The Mediterranean region has a great potential for renewable energy. Not only European countries, but also other Mediterranean countries have major plans to expand renewable production, especially solar and wind. Morocco, for example, is developing renewable energy policies. Morocco has plenty of sunshine, and developing solar energy production means reducing its dependence on energy supplies from abroad. To conclude, faster energy transition to renewables is a better strategy for achieving energy security and sustainable economic development. Reinforcing Euro-Mediterranean cooperation can play a strategic role. In addition, the creation of an international organization for the development of renewable energy in the Mediterranean area would be a strategic tool for pursuing energy security at a global level. Thank you for your attention.
Merci beaucoup. La parole Dr. Renato Binantendi.
I give the floor now to Professor Renato Benintendi from the Université Libre of Brussels. You have the floor, sir.
Good evening, everybody. I am the last, so I hope not to be hated too much by you. And, but I have been included in the last part at least, so I'm not faulty. Okay, I wait for, yes, for the PowerPoint. Okay, some considerations about the, just the sustainable transition. I am the last, I'm very lucky because I have been anticipated by a lot of speakers that have shared their comments and considerations. So I want just to share you some specific experiences coming from some real projects that I have carried out from the UK in the last 15 years. So something about reality. After many words, fantastic, and of course, good plan that cannot be skipped. So let's learn about my experience as a chemical engineer in the last 15 years about the comments that we have heard today. Okay, myself and my colleagues from Spain and from Italy, we have combined together some academic experience about conventional and novel energy resources, also some nuclear, studies about economical implications, analysis of techniques of carbon capture and storage. I have not heard one word about carbon capture and storage. Much earlier than Mrs. Greta came out to the publicity, just invading the world, carbon capture and storage was in place in the world. I have attended the first offshore carbon capture and storage project, Libya, 2 platforms, 13 years ago. And after that, In the UK as well, I participated in some important projects, syngas production and acid gas removal, so CO2 removal, and the supply in the UK to the national grid and the reinjection in the North Sea. After 10 years, to be honest, probably it's my fault, I've not seen any further real contribution about carbon capture and storage. We cannot divide energy transition, hydrogen, and everything is related to this. We cannot split, we cannot differentiate from carbon capture and storage. They must be combined together. Otherwise, there is something that is missing. Fortunately, we also have just an interaction with the European Centre for Medium-Range Weather Forecasts in Reading, UK, with some scientists. So we have been very lucky in cooperating with some scientists in order to see exactly what happened about weather change. Is real, is not real. So we have some contribution about this as well. A real case experience, I've tried to be fast. Participation in probably the biggest oil and gas onshore and offshore petrochemical project, especially in Middle East, but also North Africa and Europe, with the Foster Wheeler in the last 10 years. Participation in projects dealing with hydrogen production, green hydrogen, and power generation. Participation in carbon and capture storage, capture and reinjection. So, participation in general power generation projects. What is the essential framework about the topic we're dealing with? The pillars are essentially important because, the topic has been very controversial in the last years. Is it real? It is not real. Some say it is natural causes, others say no, it is anthropic causes. What is the truth? What is the verity? So scientific robustness is important. So in terms of engineering, in order to be sure that we are dealing with something that must be really, let's say, implemented. Regulation compliance is very important as well. Technology change is important. Lastly, integration and planning. Integration and planning, I'm very happy because I've heard a lot of things about the necessity to integrate the approach that we have to take about this. Scientific robustness. As I said before, we have been working, studying, publishing with the Central for Weather Forecasts in Reading. This is probably highly reputable. They continuously monitor CO2 and methane as well, continuously. So we had the opportunity to follow the outcomes and the findings of the research and monitoring of the CO2 in the last 10 years. I am based in London and in Reading, so I have the opportunity to work with them. And so I have a very update, let's say, situation condition about the weather. We can say that we must be sure, we can be sure that anthropic causes are real. What we are seeing here is essentially the situation about the CO2 on Friday, 25th of November, so something like 10 days ago. So this is essentially the world map. Methane is not mentioned quite often about the impact on the weather. So our enemy the conflict is with CO2, but methane is the second greenhouse gas. Methane is increasing. The Weather Forecast Center in Reading has informed us that methane is increasing relatively, proportionally, much faster than CO2. Why? Fugitive emission and the pipelines and the tank farms. So the oil and gas company, especially in Middle East, I've been working with Aramco, I've been working with many companies, they are essentially highlighting that methane can be probably relatively probably more hazardous than CO2. Let us not forget an additional thing. Nobody says that water, H2O, our fantastic liquid, is a greenhouse gas as well. This is let's say, still under investigation in terms of the scientific, but we have to consider that if we just divide everything in good and evil, so CO2 is the evil, water is good, probably in 50 years, water will be much more present in the world, in the universe, and we can have some problems about the greenhouse gas effect of water. Iran, sorry. So this is a comparable situation for methane, essentially between anthropic and natural causes, and you can see they are comparable. Regulation compliance, I will be very fast. Main remarkable jointly binding aspect of Paris Agreement, you can see here, okay, already heard about the temperature increase and promises and very good plans about temperature reduction. We also see that finance flow, many reputable speakers have informed us about necessity to approach and to deal with finances flow. And in light of different national circumstances, actions must be differentiated and properly specialized. And we also see that essentially we have some different national circumstances. It is not just the, let's say, the reason why I have shared this is because we are now in the Mediterranean, so there are many countries, and this can be probably some specific paragraphs that can be essentially just, can be and should be read in conjunction with the several requirements and needs of different countries. Technology change, and I think probably this can be, in my opinion, an interesting slides because it can be considered as a summary of some specific technical aspects. We can ideally split, let's say, the energy source in 4 main general fields. Clean fossil fuels, I would say, in my experience, after the pandemic, probably the greatest, the most important project started was by Qatar Gas, okay? So LNG and LPG, liquefied petroleum gas and liquefied natural gas, are still in place, and in Middle East, they are very important and cannot be ruled out because we want to just to, let's say, we want just to cancel fossil fuels. It would be very good, but for now, it's important. Clean fossil fuels, LNG and LPG, they produce CO2. So the right-hand side part of the slide is carbon capture and storage. I have not heard one word about this today. Carbon capture and storage is a standalone technology. I remember that the Kyoto Protocol forced countries to remove CO2 independently of ecology transition, something like that. So we can continue and we will force it to use LNG and LPG and oil and gas in general for many decades. We cannot rule out. We have to combine with carbon capture and storage. We can remove CO2. There is now best practice all over the world. I have been involved in Malaysia with them, outside co-worker of Petronas University, and they are working a lot just to develop some carbon capture and storage techniques. So blue hydrogen, let's not forget that blue hydrogen now is the most realistic. Green hydrogen is fantastic, but it is still at a very basic, it's a very experimental now, and it has not massive approach now about green hydrogen. So blue hydrogen is the reality, and we know that we can produce blue hydrogen just with the steam reforming, so with methane, and the biomass gasification, and electrolysis that is not activated by, of course, solar, wind, but unfortunately by energy, traditional energy. We produce, again, CO2. So carbon capture and storage again with absorption, mineralization, molecular sieve. We have a lot of technology that anyway can be immediately implemented in order to remove CO2. By now, not tomorrow. And to be honest, I have not seen in the last 10 years real cases in terms of any, let's say, massive and overall removal of CO2. I've been working, for example, in some project in the UK. The national grid and the reinjection in the North Sea has been very, very weak in terms of the final outcome. Green hydrogen is the future. There is no CO2 formation. Of course, we are dealing with renewable electrolysis and membrane electrolysis, but it is the future. So we have worked a lot in order for this technology to become well exploited, well experimented, and so we have to combine together all the technology. Renewables, again, solar, wind, and other, no CO2 formation. And I have heard 13%, but we have a thermodynamic limitation. We cannot consider renewable as something that can cover, the coverage cannot exceed a maximum logistic and thermodynamic. So we have to combine together different technology. We can see on the left-hand side of the slide maturity, effectiveness, and we can see some specific code or some qualification, very high, in order to understand what could be in reality let's say, the combination that we have to consider when we deal with this. So, conclusion, integration planning, final thoughts, we can have climate change must be stopped by progressively reducing emission of carbon dioxide and methane. The status of technology and planetary energy demand impose harmonized, integrated, realistic accomplishment of ecological transition, a simplistic Manichaean approach that is very popular. Breaking down technologies into good and evil is neither scientifically correct nor technically feasible. We cannot say this is good, this is not, because this is let's say, a kind of, is not realistic. The most effective new technologies are still in progress and produce carbon dioxide, like natural gas combustion. On the other hand, reserve safety, environmental sustainability, and the flexibility of natural gas will remain the source as the most important for many years. Let us not forget, we were dealing with hydrogen and nuclear, and the pandemic occurred, and we went back to coal. So let us not forget this, to be realistic. Carbon capture and storage techniques have reached a good level of applicability, can be applied now, also to the gas. It would be very simple. I have been involved with some organization about hydrogen from ammonia. Sorry, I'm a chemical engineer, so I'm old chemical engineer. So it is very difficult to me to understand that we can remove CO2 as it is from natural gas, and we are thinking to split ammonia between nitrogen and hydrogen. Oh my God, maybe I'm very old, okay. So we can see that in reality we can have some carbon capture storage that can be applied. Renewable techniques present an inherent limitation in the overall energy balance. So integration of technology is a driver concept in order to stop, to reduce, to slow down climate change. Countries must work jointly. We are here just to plan, to implement this kind of approach, sharing knowledge and planning common strategy and joint infrastructural development. This is consistent, absolutely, with the Paris Agreement philosophy. A common approach will minimize advantage of those players, let us not forget this, who relying on a deregulated approach to low carbon economy will capitalize on a wild competition. When I attend meeting in the Weather Forecast Center in Reading, they are afraid, they complain about the fact that it is theoretically forcing the Paris Agreement. Countries can be free, so they can compete and they can have some economical advantage in the world scenario. Thank you very much.
Merci, Professeur.
Thank you, Professor. I felt like in students' hall. This was very interesting, what you said, and that means that there is space for research and for scientific development. And thank you for having told us the details, because that is important. Before closing this session, I would like to remind you that session 3 will start tomorrow morning at 8:30, and that the transfer from the hotels will leave at 8 o'clock. Let me thank the interpreters. I would like to thank all the speakers and the audience, and I declare this session closed. Thank you.